Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that 72% of businesses that adopted SAP S for HANA reported significant improvements in operational efficiency and decision-making speed? Transforming with SAP S for HANA is no longer an option, it's a necessity. Here, we'll be exploring how Signavio can play a crucial role in accelerating this transformation. SAP S for HANA is a next-generation ERP suite designed to help organizations streamline operations, innovate faster, and make better decisions. When combined with Signavio's process management capabilities, businesses can optimize their workflows and make the transformation smoother and more efficient. A recent study shows that using Signavio with SAP S for HANA reduces implementation time by 30% and improves operational efficiency by 20% in the first year. This transformation is crucial for businesses to innovate quickly and operate efficiently. With SAP S for HANA and Signavio, you can optimize processes and align them with strategic goals for long-term success. In this course, we'll dive deep into how you can leverage Signavio to accelerate your SAP S for HANA journey. You'll learn best practices, tips, and strategies for seamless integration and effective business process management. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP S/4HANA and SAP Signavio. 2. Deployment factors. 3. Integration and process intelligence. 4. Data organization and preparation. 5. Strategic planning and post-go-live activities. 6. BPM recruitment and industry-specific solutions. Let's dive in.
In the module 1, we will be covering what is SAP HANA and why it is critical. And the next topic would be the shift from ECC to S4HANA, why it is needed, and integration with the Fiori apps, and the key benefits of SAP S4HANA, challenges and transformation journey of S4HANA, and the short introduction about the SAP Signavio process transformation suite and how Signavio supports S4HANA transformation projects. Most of you, or almost everyone, is using SAP nowadays, but it is better to know first the history of SAP. SAP first introduced in 1972 as R1 or the Suite 1 project in 1973, and later they have developed ABAP in 1979 and with the release 2. The last release, most successful and the largest release, was introduced in 1992. We are known that with the R3. In 2004, they have also introduced SAP B1 or Business 1, which is UI-based SAP, not a transaction-based. Then later in 2005, they also introduced ERP EHP 7. After 2005, there are significant changes, and then they introduced SAP Business All-in-One. After the successful implementation of All-in-One, they have added few functionalities in 2009 in the EHP side, where they have integrated SRM, CRM, ERP, product lifecycle management, and supply chain management all in one, where they called that as a Business Suite 7. In 2011, they used HANA, specifically as HANA, but S4HANA was later introduced in 2015. And since then, SAP continuously pushing every one of their customers to adopt the functionalities and the better features of S4HANA who are not using S4HANA as of now. Most widely used SAP system is the SAP ECC or R3, but majorly from R3 has moved to ECC, and they are trying to move to S4HANA. At the result of Q3, almost 15% of the customers are still using S4HANA, and 85% of customers are using either B1 or any other SAP ECC or R3 products. So this was a short introduction about the history of SAP, and SAP has decided the end of life of SAP ECC, and they will be ending the support by 2027. So that's why they have introduced SAP Signavio to accelerate the S4HANA transformation. Who the customer wants to move to the S4HANA, there is a integration of the SAP Signavio in the S4 Activate project management methodology to move from ECC to S4HANA. It is applicable for the greenfield, clean core implementation, brownfield, as well as the bluefield implementation. We'll discuss those in the detail in the next chapters. So why? The question is, why is SAP HANA?
Sorry, before you proceed, ECC and S4 HANA, do these acronyms mean anything?
Yeah, ECC is the older version. S4 HANA is the latest version. ECC enterprise component of the SAP, which is an upgrade to R3. And after the ECC, the end of life of this particular software is 2027. That means you can still use the software after 2027, but SAP will not be providing the product support after 2027 to all ECC components.
Correct. But the HANA, HANA, does it stand for anything specific? And ECC, does it stand for anything specific?
Yes. Right. ECC is the current version of the SAP, which is widely used, and it is known for enterprise component. The mid one, I'm still skipping.
Yes, it's enterprise central enterprise core component or central component.
Yeah. Yes.
Enterprise core
central component. Central component.
Enterprise central component. And HANA or HANA, HANA, and for
HANA is basically the acronym for high performance appliance introduced by the SAP. They have created a specific kind of database for their enterprise systems, and they are calling that as a high performance analytic appliance.
Okay, so it refers to the database.
Yeah.
HANA.
Yes.
Okay.
S4 is the suite 4.
Right. Okay, now got that.
Stands for suite 4. Suite 1 was released in 1972 as R1, then R2, and then R3. Release 3, they are again called as a Suite 1, Suite 2, Suite 3 as well. But from the S4 perspective, from the S4 start, they are not calling it as a R4. They are calling it as a S4. R1, R3 stand for release 1, release 2, release 3. But from the fourth release, they are calling it as a suite because they are not going to sell this as an individual product. Now they have clubbed all the modules under products in a one, which they are calling it as S4 HANA. It is a combination of ERP, CRM, product lifecycle management, and the supply chain management.
Okay, great. No, thank you for that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. People used to call it as a enterprise core component, but the right abbreviation is the enterprise central component. So let's start with the basics. So SAP S4 HANA first is, what is S4 HANA, which I have already told what is S4 HANA, and it was the right question which was asked by one of our team members. So SAP is the next generation ERP suite. It is a successor to the ECC. But it is built on specifically on a HANA database. So the goal of S4 HANA is just to simplify the complex business processes or to accelerate the performance of the process and bring real-time analytics to every level for an organization. This was the biggest challenge in ECC, where we are not having a real-time reporting analytics system. We have to use the other applications or any other add-on to get the real-time analytics. But in S4 HANA, this problem will get resolved. And the shift is the major problem, the shift from ECC to S4 HANA, because with traditional ERP systems, processes are often slow because the system had to fetch the data from multiple sources. But S4HANA brings all of the data into single memory, allowing for real-time access. So this will make it possible to respond faster to business events, whether it's supply chain or a customer service inquiry. So currently there are three kinds of deployment modules: cloud, on-premise, or hybrid. One of the key innovation in SAP HANA is its flexibility. Companies can deploy it in the public cloud, private cloud, or in the on-premise systems, like the option depending upon their need or the regulatory requirements. So the key features of SAP S4HANA is the real-time analytics reporting. With the traditional ERP, generating financial reports or running performance matrices could take actually a lot of time, sometimes hours or sometimes even days, when we have to do reporting on a large data. But with the S4HANA, businesses can run these reports instantly, empowering decision makers to act immediately. You may have heard a lot of uh, applications, or process mining applications like Celonis or MyInvenio in the market, which are providing the real-time reporting as well as the action. Just to overcome that situation, because there are a lot of tools in the market, so SAP decided to purchase another tool called Signavio, and they acquired this tool in 2021, a BPM tool. And this particular tool helps us to get the real-time data analytics as well as the reporting in the form of the dashboards, as well as we can build the rule-based actions in the tool. So it will help businesses to run reports faster, instantly, so that business owners can take the actions immediately. So as well as it has a simplified architecture. Many companies generally struggle with outdated systems and redundant databases, but S4HANA consolidates these into one platform, reducing the maintenance cost as well as the complexity for the IT. Again, the third is faster transaction with in-memory computing. Yeah, this is because S4HANA stores data directly in memory. Processes that previously took hours, like financial reconciliation, can now be completed in several minutes of time. So generally in the ECC, when we have to run the record to report or financial transactions for a month, it took a lot of time. But this problem can be overcome in the S4HANA. And the good part is the scalability and the flexibility, whether the organization is a startup or a multinational organization. S4HANA can grow with the organization, whether they have to acquire further organization, it can be easily implemented in the other parts of the companies. And it meets the scaling with the increasing business needs. And the good part is the Fiori applications, which can be developed in a very short period of time. Now we have to understand why S4HANA is critical. So you are already aware SAP will gonna end the support for the ECC in 2027. So we won't be having any product support if we will face any kind of outage or a problem in our existing system. So this was the major problem. This will become a major problem after 2027. So that's why S4HANA is critical. But apart from that, there are certain other factors because it provides real-time decision making. If you have the analytics available, you can take the decisions, or the business owners can take the decisions very quickly, which way they have to choose. Also, it's a digital transformation enabler. It will also enhance the productivity and efficiency. If you have the live insights of your processes, how they are performing, how they are behaving in the real world, you can identify the major pain problems or the pain areas, and then you can plan for the transformation or the process improvement. Also, the current cost of ECC is high, but in S4, the cost is based upon the usage. So again, you can optimize the cost in the S4. Also, it will gonna improve the customer experience as well as the better experience. And this is the next generation of technology, as well as already proven as a good kind of technology because of its ease. So it also find out as a future-proof technology. Or as they have added business process management tool with the S4 HANA called Signavio. So it also provide you the governance on all of your business processes. But there are certain challenges in the S4 transformation journey. First is the organizational readiness. When we generally perform the organizational readiness or the system readiness, this is one of the biggest problem when we are going to migrate to S4 HANA. It is not just a technical project, but it requires organizational changes, and those changes has to be managed very efficiently. Employee needs to be onboarded with the new ways of working or with the new terminology to use. The next part is the data migration complexity. Again, migrating with the large volumes of legacy data accurately can be a very daunting task or challenging task. Companies, most of the companies need to decide which data to keep or archive or clean during the transition. If they are going for the fresh implementation, then again, they have this part a bit less complex, but again, data management part is a very daunting task in this S4 transformation.
Sorry, when you are referring to data migration, you are referring to data migration from ECC to 4 HANA?
Yes, yes. If you are going with the brown field or blue field, then yes, you have to clean your data and you have to migrate the specific data which you need. If you're gonna completely move the overall data, then it will gonna increase your data management cost as well. Again, as well as complexity. But if you're going with the clean core implementation, you will be moving very less amount of master data.
No, yeah, that's fair enough. That I understand. I would have assumed that since it is from SAP, a SAP product to another SAP product, there might have been already connectors or some sort of interfaces to
they do
facilitate.
Have the connectors. Yes, they do have the connectors as well as the integration possibilities.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. And decision making on transition models, whether it's a green field or a brown field, it's a difficult part because in a green field, a complete re-implementation with the redesigned processes is required. But in a brown field, a technical upgrade with the existing configurations can be done. But when it comes to a blue field, it can be a combination of a few processes as a green field and few processes as a brown field. In the organizational readiness, I talked about the change management. Now, training and change management is one of the most critical part in the S4 journey. And this is the place, change management, where most of the organization who are doing the S4 transformation, they are struggling because it requires a lot of dedication, training, and the dedicated change management team who can overlook all the changes or all the trainings to the end users, business users. So employees need to understand new processes or else a productivity, which may could drop post-implementation sometimes for a shorter period of time. So effective change management is very, very critical.
I decide to go for S4 HANA brownfield, do I need data migration still or no?
Yes. If you are going with the brownfield, you have to move your data. You have to migrate your data because in the brownfield, you will be changing. You are moving all of your processes from ECC to HANA. You are just going to transform your process either or re-engineering your process, but you are moving all your data from ECC to HANA. You are not going to do the clean core implementation. Okay, so data migration, yes, you have to do that. But during the migration phase, you can clean your data.
Okay, because as far as I understand, like we have to run the software update manager, some tool, and then it converts everything into S4HANA. So in brownfield.
Yes. But again, if you are not going to move your data and you are going to do the brownfield implementation, it would be a very bigger problem when you are going to implement your re-engineered processes.
Okay.
Okay. So there is a certain difference between the SCC and HANA, which is shown on the screen. If you can, because we have a graphical user interface in the ECC, but in S4, we have the graphical user interface as well as the Fiori applications. So in the ECC, the database is agnostic, but
sorry, can I jump in and just ask?
Yeah.
What is Fiori applications? GUI, I understand. But yeah, and apologies for this because I'm not at all
no problem.
with SAP. So
okay, basically Fiori applications are pre-designed applications by the system or by the SAP itself, and they are available on a subscription from the SAP. They have created an application for every business object, and they are readily available in the S4HANA. If you wanted to use them, you can a bit of customize based upon your requirements, else you can use them right away without any customization.
Okay.
And they are available on the system and the mobile as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so the good part, you will be having the mobile interfaces in the Fiori apps. I hope this clears your question. Okay, so these are few major differences. We'll be discussing them in the detail in the later topics.
Are these for emphasis? Are these all the differences of?
No, these are just very high level differences, but there's a lot of differences. We cannot showcase all those on a one single slide. So there's two, three deployment options. One is the green field, one is another one is the brown field, and third one is the blue field. But S4HANA offers flexibility of consumption, either as a service or a product, however you want it to use. It's available on the cloud, public cloud, private cloud, as well as on-premise. So it provides a degree of flexibility as well as standardization. So, you know, in the ECC itself, we can create any kind of Z transaction or Y transactions. Okay. But in case of S4, the target is to reduce the Z transactions and all the Y transactions which we use to create for our custom requirements. If you are going to choose the public cloud, you won't be having that leverage to create these kind of Z transactions. But if you're going to choose a private cloud or the on-prem, you will be having option to choose a bit of flexibility, because S4HANA is all about its standardization. You will be using these standard processes. They have adopted the APQC process framework. APQC process framework is basically the framework defined by the American Product and Quality Control Organization. That framework covers all the areas of an organization, whether it's a supply chain, R&D, or capability management, human resource, every area of the organization they have covered. They have defined the best practices for every area. And in the S4 best practices, SAP tried to incorporate APQC as much as possible. From my point of view, they have covered almost 98% of part. 2% of is the part which cannot be covered within the SAP S4HANA. I will browse the SAP best practices during this workshop, and then I will help you to dig down into the every capability of the organization and what could be the possible process we can use in our S4 journey. Okay, so we have a public cloud, private cloud as an on-premise system. We can increase the standardization in the S4 as well as it has a flexibility to use. So 3 kinds of deployment options: cloud, on, or hybrid. If anyone who is not aware of this terminology, so these are the 3 kind of deployment options. If anyone don't know the terminology of cloud, on-prem, and hybrid, can just ask. I will hold here for a moment, and then we'll move further. I hope everyone is aware about the cloud deployment options. If not, then I can describe in detail.
Can you briefly explain?
Yeah. So on cloud, basically, you will be having the S4HANA software as a service where you don't have to host or own the system, but SAP will be owning the system, and you will be having the subscription-based model where you can use the web-based applications for your enterprise. But in the on-prem system, you will be owning the system, you will be maintaining all the servers and all those things, and then you will get the ownership. But in the hybrid model is the combination of cloud and on-prem, where you will be having a certain part in your organization which you will be managing, because sometimes few of the business processes we cannot host on a public cloud or private cloud. We may need on-prem servers, like if we are using the SAP in the federal government projects or the space projects, we cannot have everything on cloud. So that's why we sometimes need on-prem system where we don't have to share the data with the other companies or with the SAP, where we want the 100% ownership on the data as well as the management.
Quick question.
Yeah, please.
Does the cloud, does it support both UEFI and Fiori, or just only Fiori?
Yeah, it supports both.
Okay, thanks.
So there are 3 deployment factors: greenfield, brownfield, and hybrid, which I was telling you from the start. So greenfield is a complete re-implementation from ground zero. You will be having a clean code, you will be having a full options to reshape your processes or business processes. It will allow you the full adoption of S4HANA innovations or the available applications or the Fiori apps. Or this is a very time-consuming activity. You know, when you have to start with the clean code implementation, you have to set up the system and you have to do everything from ground zero or from the start. So as well as the change management part is very critical in greenfield. But in brownfield, less time consuming. Here you can re-engineer process, but you'll be moving your database from ECC to S4HANA. Okay. People used to call it as application conversion or the system conversion as well. The other names are brownfield. Yeah, sometimes you may not heard about the brownfield. And consulting companies or the SAP companies used to call it as a system conversion, which is the more common name. So you will be assessing your as-is processes, you will be identifying the opportunities of improvement, and then you will be doing the re-engineering and then implementing the re-engineered processes in the S4HANA. Also, if you don't want to re-engineer, you can move the as-is processes from ECC to S4HANA. There are 2 ways of doing it. Either you can choose a solution manager or you can use a cloud ALM. Okay, but for the data, there are a number of conversion tools available which can help you to minimize the technical issues. Hybrid approach is nothing but the combination of greenfield and brownfield. In some of the cases, you have 100 processes within the organization. Out of 100, you assess or you do the readiness check before defining the strategy, then you realized out of 100, you need the greenfield implementation on 40% and 60 can be that go with the brownfield implementation or the system conversion part. So that is strategy we used to call it as a hybrid approach.
So that is at the business process, not at the module level.
Again?
So the selection of whether going with the lift and shift or conversion, like changing entirely, that can be done within a module. We can pick some business processes, lift and shift, and some of them.
Yes, correct.
Standard is.
Yeah, okay. We used to call it as a hybrid.
Okay. Not at the module itself.
Yeah.
Module level, like SD. Within SD also, I can have some component, some business processes older way and some new standard ones. Okay, correct. Yeah.
So that's why the other name we are commonly used as the Bluefield approach or Bluefield implementation of the SAP.
So in that case.
Yeah, here I have a question. You said there are some SAP conversion tools. So can you say one or two examples?
Solution Manager is the one.
Okay.
But there are a lot of SAP conversion tools, and every big, you can say consulting company uses their own tools. If you go with the big four, every company has their own conversion tools. They name them, or even in my recent project, I worked with the IBM. When we did the readiness check, after that, IBM came up with their own tools. They did the readiness check, and their report was very different from what we have generated from our system. Okay. Standard tools are very less, but almost every major consulting company has their own tools. Whether
even
it's
the customers, even the customers,
sometimes customers as well.
Programs,
Yes.
We done the same.
Yeah, sometimes customers. If you go with the big companies like Nokia, Ericsson, they have their own tools.
So so can I just interrupt? Sorry. So when you are referring to these tools, are we essentially talking of ETL tools, extract, transform, load?
No, not exactly ETL. We are talking about the maintenance planner, readiness check, or sometimes there are a lot of tools, roadmap viewer as well. Okay. ABAP test cockpit can also help in the SAP conversion.
So I think the question is, what do these tools do in a layman's language?
Absolutely right. Correct. Thank you, Loknath. Yep. What are these tools that we're referring to? Yes.
Conversion tools.
Okay, so it basically helps to change the data requirement, because the data structure of the ECC and S/4HANA is different. So if really moving the data for the financial processes, then it will help us to define, clean the data, as well as what data should be moved from these particular tables to these different views.
So basically, they'll identify the Z objects, readiness.
Yeah.
So
readiness.
Whether you need to change your code, whether you have to change your data elements, or functional groups, function modules, and all those things. Say, suppose you are referring to a table. Your code is referring to a table, but that table is either modified. Some of the columns are not available, or
some
the
of the
table
columns
itself is obsolete.
Yes.
So in that case, your code doesn't work in S/4HANA.
Exactly. Just like few tables, like we have EKKO, EKPO, VBAP, VBAK, these tables. These are the very common tables and can be directly moved to the S4. But some of the columns are still not available in the S4, just to improve the standardization. But there are certain other tables which are obsoleted in the S4 and you won't be able to find them. And even if you'll be moving the data, you won't be able to move that information because those tables won't be existing. And these tools will help you to identify if you have to move this data, which other fields you can use in the S4 tables. Or either you can go with the CDS views.
So,
you have the multiple options.
Here, let's assume that there is a 100% standard SAP ECC, no customization done, and that they're moving to S4. Isn't SAP is capable of handling that at a click of a button?
Still, they have the conversion tools, and you have to define your strategy, how you want it to move. If you have 100% ECC implementation, again, that is not supported in the S4 completely, because again, you will be having all these standard tables, which again, not available, or some of the fields won't be available in the S4. That's why you have to go with the conversion.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which Signavio capability helps organizations understand their current business processes before S4 HANA migration? Option A, process mining. Option B, data visualization. Option C, code migration. Option D, hardware assessment. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S4 HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S4 HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
The fields are obsolete from the standard tables. You will be getting your answer.
Yeah, I'm talking about the conversion tool, the tool that is available. I mean, in theory, I'm saying in theory, assuming there is a 100% standard ECC, nothing has been changed in the last 20 years. At the click of a button, it should go to HANA, right? It's S4 HANA.
Yeah, in theory, it should be.
So there are a lot of other things also.
There are a lot of,
like your data volume challenges. So of course there are your question. I could understand your question. What you are asking is hypothetically whether it is possible or not. Yes, there are automated tools which converts the existing structure to the newer structure, but the challenges are, as you mentioned, extracting, transforming, and loading because of the data volumes. The objects you are going to get from the legacy system and convert them into the newer structure and loading them into the new S4HANA system. So that volume you need to manage, and also you need to have properly plan your strategy of data keeping, how much data you need to keep and what data you can avoid and what can be archived to the archiving systems, and all those things have to be done.
Let's assume I want to move my 100% of the data because let's assume I'm adding more value.
If you have only the required data only, and already you are properly doing the archiving and everything, and your new system is ready to receive all that one, of course you can do it. But it's going to, as I mentioned, the performance and all those things you need to take care. The volume management you need to do. If you are taking everything, if your strategy is to bring 100% of the existing data into the new system, yes, there are automated tools from SAP as well as from third parties, and you can use those tools and convert the data and bring into the S4.
Yes, there are. Thank you, Silva. And there are multiple tools available from the SAP itself. as well as from the third party, whether it's any Indian or the non-Indian consulting company. Okay, they can help you to move the completely standard implementation of ECC to S/4HANA in a very short duration of time, whether you will go with the greenfield or brownfield. But again, apart from system migration, there are certain other challenges which you will be tackling in this movement. So, but there are certain disadvantages of S/4HANA as well. The cost, complexity in the data migration, the learning curve of the resources to use the S/4HANA systems, and the limitation of the customization. You won't be having that much of limitation in the S/4HANA, which you used to have in the ERP, SAP ECC system, where you can create a customized code for any kind of further requirement. You won't be having that kind of flexibility in the S/4HANA. And again, there are certain issues with the compatibility with the older systems. So these are the few major disadvantages comes along with the S/4HANA. So till here, that was the introduction of about the SAP system and SAP S/4HANA. And now when we come to Signavio, it is just a cloud-based platform which was recently acquired by the SAP in 2021. So this tool helps you to visualize, analyze, and optimize your processes. And it will also help you to gain the visibility of your as-is process just by plug and play. You can identify bottlenecks, inefficiencies within the processes, what is the automation rate, what is the late deliveries in the Signavio Process Intelligence, which is one of their module. You can, after identifying these inefficiencies, you can design your to-be process, and you can also run the simulation of that to-be process within SAP Signavio. Once you will gonna define the to-be process, you can collaborate with the process owners or the service owners to get that process aligned with their expectations, or you can get the feedback from them.
So just an example, I mean, now, actually, I have heard about this business process modeling even 10, 15 years ago. I never bothered to know anything about it, but now that, see, now I'm struggling to visualize examples. Like what exactly does it improve? I'll give an example. Let's say I have order to cash and I have a fulfillment time or process time of 4 or 5 days. Some orders take 8 days, some take 21 days, some take 2 days. So maybe I will conclude that something is slowing down the delivery or invoice creation. Correct. What does Signavio do?
Signavio help you to identify what are the major pain areas in these kind of variants, and why one of your variant was fulfilled in a very short duration of time, and even the other one is taking almost double of it, double to complete the same process or the similar type of case. So it will help you where your team or your system is struggling, and it will also help you to identify the opportunities, whether in terms of the process improvement, resource improvement, or the resource training, or the system changes.
So example, there is a purchase order and it was not approved by a manager. It is supposed to do it in 3 days. He has not even bothered to see it in 10 days. So what will Signavio capture that this purchase order is held up because the manager didn't approve it, right?
Signavio will tell you that based upon the connected system, it will show you the performance of your processes, that in your approval authority matrix, this particular purchase order was not stuck at the level 1 release, but it got stuck in the level 2 release, and the level 2 release is already past the time. Suppose the level 2 release supposed to be done in 3 days, and you have added an action. If that delivery or that release was not done in 3 days, after 4th day, it can enable a trigger to the manager either via in the system or via email. We can choose the options or we can add further options. It can enable the trigger and then it will identify, it will help either send a trigger to the manager, else it will gonna jump the process based upon the defined logic, which we will be defining in the Signavio based upon the decision modeling. It will gonna give 2 or 3 triggers or 2 or 3 alarms to the manager. If that will not gonna pass, he will not gonna release the purchase order. Either that will gonna reject the purchase order, or it will gonna bypass the releasing level 2 release, or directly moved it to the level 3 release.
Right. So that's workflow rules, but what will Signavio do now? Now that Signavio has known that something has been out of tolerance, Signavio will just tell me, right, that you need to look.
Yes, it will tell you. Also, if you will define the rule-based actions, it will overcome those problems based upon the predefined logics.
Okay.
Okay.
You have an example in the subsequent slides and something?
Yeah, I will be showcasing that to you.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Just like they have created a particular feature in the process intelligence called actions, where you can define the rule-based action for your business processes.
Okay, I'll understand with examples if there are some.
Sure, absolutely. So these are a few overview, but before moving ahead, I just wanted to showcase the journey of Signavio. Basically, Signavio was launched as a Urix project, nothing but a college project by the founder of Signavio in 2009, when they started planning to roll out as a complete business process management model. This was the first web-based application designed in 2009 to design or manage the process, designed and manage the organization business processes. They have introduced Signavio process governance and the collaboration hub in 2014. The other 2 modules of Signavio in 2014, they were having in total 4 different modules. One is the process manager, where you can design the processes. Another was the collaboration hub, where you can collaborate with the users. But in 2014, they also added process governance. In 15, they added process mining in the Signavio process transformation suite, which they used to call it as a process intelligence. In 2018, they were started selling this tool as a business process transformation suite by adding few new features in it. And in 2021, SAP acquired this tool. And the merger was completed in mid of March. So SAP acquired this tool. Since then, it is called as SAP Signavio. And SAP done a lot of changes in the SAP Signavio. Earlier, there was only 4 modules, but now they have added the business process automation as well. Earlier, it was known as the SAP IRPA, but now that is integrated in the SAP Signavio as a SAP build automation. Now we have the feature to do the customer journey modeling, where we can identify the pain points with the customer experience as well as the vendor experience. We can understand the moments of truth and their touch points, and we can also do the sentiment analysis with the help of the customer journey modeling and the mapping. Now, the latest addition is the SAP Signavio Process Explorer last year, where we have the available SAP best practices in the form of the business process models, whether it's for the S/4HANA or the success factors, but they recently also added it for the supply network integration. And their plan is to add the best practices for the SAP BTP as well in the upcoming quarters. So there are a few major benefits of the Signavio. So it provides a full transparency on your processes. You can run the business process management in agile way, where you can do the process improvement on a specific part of a specific set of processes instead of going through the end-to-end process improvement. So it also provides the collaborative approach for the process improvement, where you can collaborate with the process owners, business owners, customers, or vendors as well. It will get you the data-driven insights based upon the information, the system, the Signavio which we collecting from your SAP, ERP, CRM, or the other systems. It provides you the end-to-end process visibility from your value chains perspective, whether it's order to lead to cash, order to cash, or hire to retire, or any other value chain. It will help you to do the process modeling. They are not only the one way of doing modeling. You can design the process as per the BPMN 2.0. You can also define your enterprise architecture diagrams. You can define your organizational hierarchies. You can do the customer journey modeling, mapping, as well as you can create the navigation maps. You can put the process compliance in the Signavio. You can design your process, you can get it approved, you can document all the changes within. You don't have to do even document. Signavio itself document or manage all the changes by itself. It will record all the information.
Can you elaborate this point, like how Signavio documents this? Like if I suppose model some process?
Yeah, if you have designed a process and you have added information, but after saving it for the first time, one of your team member wanted to make a change and he requested a change, and after you notified that as a positive change, and you will gonna change the process. You're gonna make the changes within the workflow. Once you're gonna save it, you don't have to document all those changes anywhere. Signavio will capture all those information in the system as a for the revision. What was the process in the revision 1 and what was the process in the revision 2, and how much it is changed from revision 1 to revision 2. When it was changed, who did the change, was there any change request? If there was any change request, yeah, you will be having that information within Signavio. If that comes through the process governance, if that will not gonna come through process governance, then you will be having the leverage to add that information as well.
So, I mean, as I'm struggling to visualize, so if you define all this process.
I will showcase this point to you. No problem. It will give you a complete history of all the changes within the process and to whom those changes was approved based upon the role. Also, you can trigger the process approvals by the system itself. It will gonna trigger an email or the workflow within Signavio. Either the process approver can approve the workflow within Signavio or just provide the approval over the email. If they will gonna provide the approval on a certain specific email, which will be mentioned in the email which was triggered by the Signavio, that information will again captured within the Signavio process manager, whether the process is approved or rejected.
So as an example, if you have to, as if the rule says you have to finish the picking against delivery within 6 hours of delivery creation. Let's fix the rule. And if you have not done it, then Signavio will trigger something to somebody.
That's a different part. Here we are talking about the process compliance on the business process management, not the process intelligence. The use case which you are asking, that comes in the process intelligence, when we will be measuring the performance of the process. Here we are talking about a process designing.
Okay. It is like assume that I have no ERP, no SAP. I just have SCP Signavio and I'm drawing lines and boxes.
Okay. For that, you must your process should be connected with the live system where all these actions are getting executed, where your purchase order picking and dispatch is getting executed. Okay, if the system is live with the process intelligence is extracting the information in the live manner, then system will be having an option to create or take the action where you will get notified if someone does not complete the delivery in 6 hours. The action engine will gonna enable a trigger and will notify you this particular delivery was not done in 6 hours of time, and you will get notified.
Okay.
And you will be having an option to take the action. So these are the two different use cases. One is the process modeling part and one is the intelligence part.
So process modeling says create a delivery, pick the goods, post a goods issue, create an invoice, ship. That's the process, right?
Yeah, process manager will help you to design the process. The same process can be used as a reference model in the process intelligence to design the triggers or to define the rule-based actions.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Signavio has to be connected to your SAP live system in real time, right?
Right.
Okay, because I worked with Aries earlier, which is also a process modeling tool, but that time I was in a support project, and we used to refer Aries in case of if any incident is a change request or an incident, because if the what user is requesting does not follow what we have modeled in Aries, then it will be a change request. But if it is designed as Aries process in Aries, then it has to be handled against the incident.
Yeah, so that's a different use case because in the Aries, we were not having the live action engine or the rule-based action capability. Okay, where you can take the actions based upon the predefined rules. But in Signavio, once you are connected with the data or the data lake or data warehouse or the DAX system, so you'll be having a leverage to get the data in the real time. And if your data is not performing well in the real time, you'll be having a leverage to define the rule-based actions and as well as to take the actions. You can put them like a bot. Okay, I hope this answers your question. So also, if you wanted to do the quick value realization, Signavio will help you with that. It has the plug and gain feature where you can just connect with the data. System will gonna analyze the data and then it will give you the few opportunities to improve your processes. And the last part is a seamless integration. It has a very good capability to connect with most of the SAP systems as well as the other systems like Oracle, JD Edwards, CRM systems, Salesforce, Jira, ServiceNow, MySQL, and other databases. So you will be having a very good library of connectors where you can directly connect with the most of the systems.
Hey, I'll just ask an annoying question for time being. What if you simply use SAP workflows, embedded workflows, and not use Signavio at all? What will we lose?
Come again? Sorry.
SAP has inbuilt workflows.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And it has been there for many years now, right? What if we simply use that in a more exhaustive way? Then we don't use Signavio. What did we miss out?
You can use that because those are just workflows. You won't be getting the performance of your system in the real time. Okay. As well as you won't be having the governance on your processes. You cannot check the compliance of your processes. You won't be able to assess your processes compared to the best practices available in the market. You won't be able to benchmark your processes because Signavio itself provides you the benchmarking, internal benchmarking as well as the external benchmarking based upon the market data. Okay, and you won't be having the end-to-end process visibility from the value chain or the value stream perspective for an organization. And there are a lot of other capabilities which can cover. But again, this is a very short duration to discuss those points.
Yeah, there could be other systems, right? SAP, web systems, order placement, payment systems, payroll systems, and there could be like 5 dozen systems, right?
Yes.
Around ERP. So does like Signavio will capture like everything in one place?
Yes, yes. That's the beauty of Signavio. You can connect with almost all of the SAP systems.
Okay.
One more thing, like from my side, like do we have different Signavio versions based on the industry? Like if I talk,
we have only one Signavio web-based
if I talk about the best practices, then like SAP has different solutions for different industries. Then
Signavio used to have on-prem version till 2018, but in 2018, when they introduced Business Process Transformation Suite, they left the on-prem version. Now, from 2018 onwards, this is completely a web-based solution, and there will be only one version you will be having across the globe.
Okay.
Okay. And you can choose based upon your flexibility which module you wanted to choose. As of now, majorly are the 7 modules in Signavio Process Insights, Signavio Process Intelligence. These 2 modules which help you to analyze or monitor your processes. Then when you wanted to design or manage your processes, then Signavio Process Manager and Collaboration Hub comes into the picture. But if you wanted to do the customer journey mapping or improve your customer experience or the vendor experience, then you have to go with a journey modeler. Also, if you wanted to govern your processes, then there's a specific module called Signavio Process Governance, which will help you to execute the workflows. Okay, whatever you have designed in the form of the BPMN models or the non-BPMN models, you can execute them but just by adding the check sheets forms or the logics based upon the you can define the logics in the Markdown language or in the JavaScript. And then you can execute your workflows. And the last part is the SAP Build Automation, which is a completely RPA tool. Okay. So these are the major modules of Signavio. You can choose a license, whichever you wanted to choose. Generally, people keep process automation or RPA separate and the business process management separate. And it would be a 6:1. That means all of your 6 modules will come with one license, and IRPA would be the different license based upon the usage of what.
Do we have this slide also, like where we have like what is included in one license and what is separate?
No, we have not included that slide because the licensing model is different from geography to geography as well as the customer to customer from the SAP. Okay. And the pricing is based upon the contract. You might be having a different contract and other might be having a different contract. They will be having a different pricing based upon the tenure, usage, as well as the type of customer. They have their terminology to define the customer, whether it's a gold, platinum, or a silver customer. Okay. And the pricing is different from the type of customer, as well as it also dependent on the geography. If you are from India, then your pricing would be different. If you are from US, then your pricing would be different. Okay. Also, if you are only using 2 modules, then you will be having a different pricing. If you are using 4 modules, you will be having a different pricing. Okay. And the pricing of every module is different. One module you will be getting in $10 per user. Another module you will be getting in $20 per user. A third module you will be getting in $100 per user. And one of the module called Process Intelligence is not the user-based module. It is the licensing is totally record-based. That means if you are going to do the mining of 200,000 records, then you will gonna consume 1 unit.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how many users will be using that license or the process intelligence tool. Okay. So they have a very complex licensing model. That's why we cannot cover. Also, that is confidential. We are bound with the confidentiality agreement with the SAP.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why we cannot share this licensing model to you unless you are interested in purchasing Signavio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because to purchase Signavio, first you have to sign the contract, then only it will get moved further.
Yeah, because my question is coming from like you said, like if you have license for 2 modules, like I have for O2C and P2P, perhaps.
No, these are not the modules. Basically, modules.
Okay. You mean modules, but you mean by the process manager and other things, right?
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
That's actually confused me, like how it will from designing the process for R2R.
No, if you have the license to 1 module or 2 modules in Signavio, you can design how many processes you want. You can measure how many processes you want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
that's the beauty of Signavio. You don't have.
Do we have this module slide somewhere? Like these are the modules that we have in Signavio.
Yes. I will gonna cover that part.
Thank you.
Quick question, if I may.
Yeah, please.
So, so basically, it's a life management of the entire business processes, right from designing to the changes, and also any, and also it has got the intelligence to suggest any improvements in the process and all. So I know it's going to provide the reports for that purpose. I understand that one. Other than those reports, does it cover any like documentation, and it prepares any documentation for the changes and for the governance purpose? Like
Yes, very good question.
And all?
Yes, very good question. Yes, it has that feature where you can generate the documentation for your process, or even you can generate documentation for all the changes which you have made for the process. Or you will be having the complete visibility on all the revisions of your process. What was the revision 1? What was the revision 2, 3, or even 100 or thousands?
Thanks.
Okay. Also, you can not only generate a documentation, process documentation, as well as it has a very good option of reports, or you can ask them to enable the reports for your workspace if you don't have any. So just allow me, let me share my other screen. Here you will get a visibility.
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, for the process modeling, is it possible that have a OCR to analyze the Word or PowerPoint to be the BPMN in Signavio directly? Or because I saw the document in SAP, maybe it's possible in the future?
Then we have a one module called SAP Build Automation, which can help you with this. SAP Signavio Build Automation, which can help you with these functionalities. It has a OCR bot available, which can read your document.
Okay, but it should be SAP PCE or on-premise is also acceptable for the.
No, it is on PCE.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, I have a question. So this one, unless and until we have S user ID, we cannot browse this site. Is that right?
No, it's not like that. I can help you to sign up on the Signavio free trial, where you will be getting access to 2 of the modules, not the intelligence or the insights, but on the process manager and the collaboration hub, where you can browse the basic functionalities of the modeling. But if you need the process governance where you can do the process compliance and the governance, then you have to request that module from the Signavio just by writing an email to their support team. They will gonna add the process governance as well as the intelligence to your workspace for a 1 month of time in the trial version.
Okay. So we can browse and think. We cannot do, I think.
Yes, correct. Okay. You can do, you can design your processes.
Okay.
I will
Can you share this link so that, or it is in the document?
I will help you. I will just show you how you can go to that place. Okay, these are the few reporting options. I have enabled only these for my workspace, but for this demo workspace, which I'm sharing with you. But apart from that, I have more than hundreds of reports which I can create for my processes. The question to your answer, if we can create a process documentation, yes, we can create the process documentation in the form of the PDF or a Word. We can choose how many number of processes we want, whatever the template you wanted to use, and do we need only one level of documentation or the multiple level of documentation or the documentation of all linked processes at all levels. It will gonna create the process documentation in the form of the PDF or a Word based upon the predefined template. You can also define your own template. You can do the process cost analysis, consumption, modeling convention. You can create a RASI matrix for your process for one or hundreds of processes in a one go. Endor matrix, document usage report, IT system usage report if you wanted to create by roles or by diagram, process characteristic element model, risk controls, all the user report, who user logged in when and how, what they have done, all that information. These are just a few reports which will be visible to you by default, but you can also get hundreds of reports enabled for you.
That's great.
Okay.
Can you trigger any action in SAP from here?
Come again?
Can you trigger any action? Like let's say Signavio says that invoice is pending beyond.
That will not gonna trigger from here. We have a model called process intelligence. In the process intelligence, we have the place called actions where you can create your actions. As of now, this is my other workspace, demo workspace, which I'm showing in front of you. And this is not connected with my any kind of SAP system.
So that means you can create the invoice from here.
Not invoice, you will create an action from here, which will gonna trigger your invoice management process.
Okay, yeah. I mean, basically in the system, some activity will happen in SAP.
Yeah, correct.
Hit from here itself.
Yes.
It's like, depending on how I set it up, I can actually run my SAP business as usual from here.
Yeah, even if you can use SAP build automation, the particular module, which we will not be covering in this session, that RPA tool has all the features where you wanted to trigger an action or you wanted to completely fill out a form based upon the predefined rules or completely create a new invoice or completely convert your purchase equation into a purchase order. That can be done with the help of the SAP build automation. Okay. And the answer to your question, how many number of modules we have in Signavio, I can directly showcase you from here, not just by going to the side, my slides, but from here you can see how many number of modules we have. SAP Signavio Process Transformation Suite is a complete suite which covers all the modules of SAP Signavio. Okay. First module is the Signavio Process Manager, where you can model your processes, intelligence, where you can analyze your process with the help of the process mining capability, process insights, Once you are connected with, once this module is connected with any of your system, it will gonna show you all your processes, their performances, and the recommendation to improve your existing processes or the corrective actions as well.
So
what are changes you have to
recommend? I mean, that there has to be some rules defined for that recommendation, right?
Yes. These recommendations based upon the predefined 397 performance indicators of the SAP.
Oh, okay, 397. That's good learning. I mean,
yeah, PPIs, process performance indicators, defined by the SAP.
That's a good one. Where do I find it? I didn't
you can, yeah, you can just go to the process insights documentation on the SAP help documentation, where there you will be gonna find out all the process performance indicators for the respective processes.
It's called process performance indicators. I'm noting it.
PPIs, yes, PPI. In the Signavio process insights, the term is used as a PPI. And they are continuously adding the performance indicators. Okay,
think like the same thing: cycle time, lead times, throughput. So sorry, I'm basically a core planning guy, so I will ask.
Yeah, I can understand your questions, but this is the real truth. I will also demonstrate I will also demonstrate you the Signavio process insights.
So basically, takeaway is Signavio has the capability to make your ERP as ERP operations more efficient, right?
More efficient as possible.
As efficient as possible. That's what it is. Not a substitute for bad design, right?
Yeah, and it is not only covering the ERP. Okay, it will also help you to cover the overall enterprise processes, because ERP transformation is just a one use case of SAP Signavio. But apart from that, there are 50 other use cases. If you wanted to improve your existing processes, which is outside the SAP ERP or the Oracle or JD Edwards, but they are in your custom ERP, or not even, they are not the ERP processes, they are the project management processes, they are the customer success management processes, or they are your manual processes. Okay.
Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S/4HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S/4HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So, in theory, it is probably more suited for greenfield implementation. Will that statement be right?
No. But the usage would be more in greenfield implementation, but the better utilization would be greenfield as well as the brownfield. Engagement would be less in brownfield because you won't be doing that much of it with standard workshops that time. You will be just re-engineering your processes. Okay.
But so in theory, if my S/4HANA is implemented very well, users are highly disciplined, they are acting exactly to the second, and there's no deviation, that means you probably do not need to have a tool like this, right? I mean, that's in theory.
In theory, if you have your ECC standardized and everything is available, everything is good, and you can just use the conversion tools, you don't have to do any upgrade to the processes or any modification to the processes, then you can just run the conversion tools. Yes, again, there are certain other challenges which you can do, but that time engagement would be very, very less from Signavio. Yeah. Everyone loves to have that question because everyone wants to reduce their cost. And why should they will add the cost of SAP Signavio when this is a very highly paid tool?
Yeah, I think you made two important points for me to comprehend. One is the process performance indicators, which I'm going to study. The other one you said Signavio is more than 50 processes. So 50, what you said?
No, 50 use cases, not processes.
Yeah. So where are those use cases? I just want to kind of sink it in.
Even if you wanted to drive your process improvement programs, not only for your SAP processes, but the other processes, you can find out the problems from here, and then you can plan for the improvement, and you can learn continuous you can drive continuous improvement Lean Six Sigma programs. If you wanted to assess your process maturity, you can use Signavio. You wanted to mature your processes, then again, it's Signavio. You are planning for the standardization. You wanted to increase the process standardization and adaptability within the organization, then it's Signavio. If you wanted to understand your customer experience throughout the journey of your order management process or your delivery management process, then you can use Signavio. Okay. And if you are going for the merger and acquisitions, and you can use Signavio to increase the process harmonization or to increase the process synergy. Okay. But if you really wanted to have a complete list of the use cases, then you can send me a separate email. Then they will help you to route those requests to me, and I will try to answer your questions as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Okay. But before moving ahead, I just wanted to help you to sign up on a free trial from here. Okay. From this place, you can request your free trial for Signavio. I'm just gonna put this in the chat box.
It's called editor.signavio.com.
This is the site. Editor.signavio.com is the server of Germany. App AU is the Australian server. This is how they are changing the URL. Free trial from here. Once you connect here on a free trial, you can fill your information and then request a free trial. You can just Google SAP Signavio in your browser. Just click on the first link. By default, you will be routed on the SAP Signavio website. And on the upper right corner, you will be having an option of a free trial. You just have to choose the free trial option. Then it will route you to the registration form. The link would be different from based upon your geography. If you are in Oceania, then you will be getting the link to the Australian server. If you are in Germany, your initials of the address would be different. If you are the part of US, you will be getting f-us.signavio.com. These kind of links. Please let me know once you are signed up on this. Okay. So here we left. So from here, if you can see the screen, so this is the list of all the complete modules of the SAP Signavio. First module is the SAP Signavio Process Insights, which works on the PPIs, Process Performance Indicator. And this will gonna define the process based upon the connected system and the predefined performance indicator. And the data or the business object will be clubbed together, and you will be getting a list of processes of your workspace as well as a recommendation to improve your processes. Apart from that, it will also compare your process with the best practices of the SAP and then help you to analyze your processes. So process insights will help you to monitor your processes. Then the next module is the Signavio Process Intelligence, where you will be having the leverage to connect with the multiple systems at once. Okay, here you can utilize the SAP Signavio process intelligence process mining capability to analyze your processes to a next level, based upon your predefined models, or you can define your data model by yourself.
You provide the insight about the the processes which I do not have in SAP. Like suppose my order to cash process starts from different application and then it reaches in SAP.
Okay, suppose if you are connected with the SAP and you are not managing your process within SAP for order to cash, then how the system will get analyze your process? Even if you don't have any records of your order to cash process within SAP, you will getting nothing out of it.
Like suppose I'm creating the purchase order in SAP, like from Amazon, and it is coming to SAP for further delivery, invoicing, and other things. So,
but where the information is getting recorded? Does it getting recorded in SAP?
In SAP itself, yes.
Okay, that means if you are getting an order on Amazon from Amazon, in case will get triggered in your SAP, and your new master data is created for a new customer every time, and against that customer, an order will get created, and that order is processed within SAP. Is that my understanding correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that means for every single time, in most of the cases, when your new customer places an order, your system is creating the okay, that means once you receive the order, and every time your customer master data is getting created for a new customer or updated, and after that order will in your SAP system, and that order is processed within the SAP, and every information of that order is captured within the SAP system. This means you are already using the SAP, and the information of that order is getting stored in your backend tables. Okay, if that thing is happening in the SAP, obviously you can measure the performance with the help of the process intelligence.
Okay.
Okay, if you are doing something out of the SAP, okay, and that is not even connected with the SAP, in that case you cannot measure the performance.
In that case, like it does not make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Once you analyze your process, then Signavio Process Manager, which is the third module, will help you to design the processes, as well as you can design your process just by a single click with the help of the process intelligence in the process manager. And the process manager is the place where you can collaborate with the other users with the help of the process collaboration hub, the center module. Journey modeler is the other way of modeling the customer journey maps and the vendor journey maps. Signavio process governance, which will help you to put governance on all of your processes, as well as to execute your workflows. SAP Build Process Automation is nothing but a complete RPA package from the SAP. And in the center, we have the Process Collaboration Hub, which will help you to join all the other modules of the SAP Signavio. As of now, these are the major 7 modules within SAP, but there are few recent add-ons which was rolled out by the SAP. One is the Process Transformation Manager, which they have added to Signavio Process Manager and the Process Insights, which will help you to do the internal benchmarking as well as the external benchmarking, and to create the process improvement initiatives. Create and manage the process improvement initiatives. And the latest addition is the Signavio Process Explorer, which is not the part of this particular wheel, Signavio wheel, but the additional add-on where you can go and read all the SAP best practices. If you wanted to get the access of the SAP Signavio Process Explorer, for that you must have to have one super user ID or a P user ID from your organization. That means to access the SAP Signavio Process Explorer, you must have the SAP S user or a P user account. And how you can get the access of the Signavio Process Explorer? From here, after Collaboration Hub, Transformation Manager, Process Governance, Value Accelerator, and Process AI, a new feature which was introduced in June 2024. We'll discuss about this in detail. It's a generative AI feature. Here we have the Process Explorer. Once you click here, you will be getting a web page like this. From here, access it now. Once you're gonna click here, it will route you to the page which will allow you to log in, or sometimes for the first time it will ask you for your super user ID or a S user ID. For me, I'm already having the access of it. So, but you have to get the S user or P user ID. I will showcase the Signavio Process Explorer in the upcoming session. Okay, let's go back to the agenda. This is the complete wheel. By these two modules, Insights and Intelligence, you can analyze and monitor your process by doing the process monitoring and analyzing the process with the help of the process mining capability. By these two modules, you can do the process designing as well as you can do the what if simulation, what if analysis, or the process simulation. So it will help you to create your process and journeys. These two modules are the Signavio Process Governance Automation, which will help you to improve your processes by executing and automating them. Then last one is the Process Collaboration Hub. If you have done everything, you have analyzed your process, you have designed, even you have executed, you need a one place to roll out all those things. Process collaboration is the place where you can roll out all of your existing analysis, modeling, governance, execution, or the RP bots. This is the place where you can roll out all of your works which you have done within the different modules. On top of this, Signavio provides 100 plus value accelerators for the SAP Signavio to analyze your processes. Analyze, improve, design, or put the standardization on top of it. For that, I will showcase from where you can explore the value accelerators. Again, the value accelerator will only be available with the help of Process Collaboration Hub. In the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub, you will be getting a complete library of the 101 value accelerators. The number would be different based upon your subscription level. You will be getting the accelerators from the various companies, but the major chunk is owned by the SAP with 79 accelerators. In my workspace, I had 101 accelerators available from all these vendors, all the customers of SAP, as well as SAP. But the numbers will be different for you from your subscription level. There are currently more than 300 plus accelerators available. As you can see, these accelerators are for the process intelligence and the manager. And you can choose the accelerators for your processes, as well as a type of industry and what kind of accelerators you want. Either you need the capability map or reference architecture, dashboard, transformation templates, integration, dictionary, models, etc.
What does accelerator here mean? What does it help me with?
Basically, accelerator means which will help you to accelerate your process intelligence, process improvement, or a business process management journey. These accelerators, nothing ready to build models in the form of the process templates or the data templates. Process templates for the business processes, data templates or the dashboard templates for the process intelligence.
So first time we design a process, like there's something called process manager. We are a company of 5 employees. All 5 of us put our brains and design one process. Start here, create an order, check credit limit, right? Then I agree that we all agree that this is our process from now on, right?
Yeah, correct.
So that means if you don't have to do that, I can pick up one of these templates here from the accelerator.
Exactly, correct. Just allow me a moment. Let me open my other workspace from where you can actually see those possibilities.
Which means even though I may not have full knowledge as a user,
yeah, then you can utilize the yes, correct. You can utilize the best practices available from the SAP.
Okay. So these authors who have published, we are contributors who have contributed to Signavio.
Yes. Okay. Correct. Just allow me a moment. Let me showcase my other workspace.
As an independent company, I can differ from this. I have the right to, for example, probably change something, right?
Yes. Okay. You can differ. Or also you have also an option to create your accelerator and then put them on the market.
Okay.
Okay. As you can see, these are the few collaborative companies who are continuously working in this field and rolling out the accelerators. Apart from that, the major chunk, which is in the mid, is owned by the SAP. This is strategy. Okay. You can explore the process by the portfolio of the SAP, where you can explore the SAP S/4HANA best practices, success factors best practices, or the intelligent business network best practices. They are planning to add BTP and the customer experience best practices as well in the upcoming quarter.
So that means I don't have to start from scratch. There is
yes, you don't have to start from scratch. Let me give you one of the example. Recently, I did a workshop for the process discovery workshop for one of the company. That company is the Portugal-based company. I cannot name the company here. But there, when we did the process discovery workshop for their procurement team, they just have only 2 variants. One is the consumer purchasing, one is the operational purchasing. Okay. But when we discussed them in detail, then we tried to figure out they have more than 15 different kinds of purchasing. And how we figured out? Let me show you. We have showcased the few possible processes for them for the central procurement, invoice management, operational procurement, procurement analytics, sourcing and contract management, supplier management. Let's say operational management is our major chunk. For that, they have only defined one process. But from here, you can see for the operational management, there are multiple other kinds of processes as well. Procurement for retail, for direct materials, for the indirect materials, for the services, for the intercompany stock transfer, for the consumer purchasing, for the serial number management, for the subcontracting, for the supplier management. These are the maximum possible number of processes one can have for the operational procurement.
Okay.
Yes, you will have the template of all these from the Signavio Process Navigator. To access that, you need the super user ID, as user ID.
Okay.
There are certain requirements which SAP cannot make them available for everyone until unless they are not using it. So to get that, you need the super user ID. Once you'll be having the super user ID, you can go to the Process Navigator where you can, from here, you will be getting a visibility on the process. So let me click on this. J45, procurement of direct materials. Okay, this is the process. From here, I will be having a value accelerator diagram. The same would be available on my Signavio process navigator. If I'm going to click here, it will route me to the my company website of me.scp.com account, where I have to log in with my super user ID, and I will be having the template as well as all the reference material for this particular process. Okay. Is that completes your?
Yeah.
Then we figured out how the organization, this big organization, can only have 2 different variants. When we showcase, because we can also see there are multiple other variants, but we cannot counter your customer. Okay, we can only showcase the possibilities they can have, then only they will confirm. So we showcase how many number of processes we can have, you can have, and what is the way of doing it, and who will get involved. Even you are using the process in a partial way, not completely, but if you are using it partially, that means you are having that process. So they end up having more number of processes instead of 2.
Okay.
Okay, this is, and as well as the number of variants for those processes.
And you connected their SAP also with this?
Yes. To do that, we have to connect with their SAP system.
Where do
but
you do
that was connected at the later stage. Okay. Just to access the best practices, we don't have to connect any SAP system.
Okay, okay, got it.
Okay, these best practices are readily available, and we can dig down into the detail, because to do the fit to standard workshop, we need the best practices in our S4 journey.
So when you connect to SAP, where do you connect it from? Is it connection from SAP or from Signavio, or both?
Which one?
The connection between Signavio and SAP HANA.
That connection you can build from the Signavio process intelligence, and this you need the enablement from both sides. You need the enablement from the Signavio side as well as the SAP ECC or HANA side.
So the process intelligence will go and fetch all the documents from tables, or?
Yes.
And maybe the relevant information. When was the order created?
Yes, you can define the complete information, because you will be either connecting with the tables or either connecting with the CDS views or with the help of the data sphere or data lake.
Okay. So when you connect, I'm not getting like the whole sales order, which has like some 1600 columns, right? Or only relevant information. How does it work?
You can define what is the relevant information you need. Okay. For that, Signavio provide the template to get the major information which you need to improve or design your process or to analyze your process. But if you need the further detailed information, you can add the further fields to the tables, or you can add the other tables which you wanted to fetch.
So let's say SAP project systems, and I want to fetch the project lead time it takes to complete project. Now there will be a project order. It will have a planned start date, planned end date, start and actual end date. So will it go and if this has to be measured, then it will go and fetch this planned start date and planned end date, right?
Then first you have to identify where this information is getting recorded, in what tables, and what other fields are used to capture this particular information. If there is any change, what is the change what is the logic to capture that change from your change tables? Okay, you need the information of the respective tables as well as the headers or the columns of those tables, and what is the logic is used for the service project or the product project or any kind of other project.
But that's a big task.
Yes, that's a big task, but SAP has defined the specific templates for these kinds of processes just to accelerate the overall data modeling and the analysis or discovery phase, they have defined the 300 plus templates. I can only access 100 because in this workspace, I have a limited subscription.
So basically it's like volumetrics are like this.
Yeah.
Odd process performance indicators, 300 odd templates, 50 odd processes in Signavio, something like that, right? I mean, is that the volume? And 100 odd accelerators, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to comprehend the scale, right?
Let me
more accelerators, maybe.
I will show you how. But let's not deviate from the topic. We'll discuss this in detail along with how we can build the integration.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me move back to our presentation. This is where we have reached now. We have discussed about what are the different modules we are having in Signavio. And then the next part is SAP S/4HANA implementation framework. These are the few topics which we will be covering in next 1 hour. First is the SAP S/4HANA implementation framework. Why is phase critical? Transition to best practices and best practice explorer. How to use process insights effectively, how to leverage process reference models and achieve strategic process alignment. So before that, before S4, there are certain challenges for every phase, within every phase. And what are the different work packages defined by within the S4 Activate project management methodology of the SAP? There are few thoughts of stakeholders or the process owners. So whenever we are going with the S4 transformation, whether it's a greenfield or brownfield or a bluefield, there's always some thought of stakeholders and the common pain points have during every phase. And this problem is not with the one customer, is always with every customer. So in the discover phase, the stakeholders mean the process owners, business owners who are taking all the decisions. So they will always have these kinds of questions in their mind. Just skim through the thought of stakeholders and common pain points. I specifically made this slide for this particular session based upon my past experience, which in the S4 implementation. Just please read the thought of stakeholders and the common pain points. Yeah,
I think Signavio would be highly useful during preparation and run phase. I think
exactly.
Yeah.
The major role of Signavio is under discover, prepare, and explore phase, and after that in deploy and run. Because realize phase is majorly where our implementation team or any system integrator will gonna work. But the major part or the roadmap definition will be done under discover and the prepare phase.
Okay, now one question.
Please.
If you do your job in Signavio well, is it a sufficient tool and information for the implementer to blindly refer to it and implement?
Exactly, that's correct. And this is the whole purpose of Signavio. If you do your work well in the Signavio itself, they will be getting a complete set of information from Signavio as well as the ready to available templates. In the case of greenfield, in case of brownfield, they will be getting the complete point of opportunities to implement or to improve in their as is processes in the preparation phase and in the exploration phase, when they will be doing the fit to standard workshop or the reengineering workshops, they will be able to define their to-be process maps and what are the changes they have to make while doing the system conversion.
And is it equally useful for both public cloud and private cloud S4?
Correct. Yes. It's applicable for public cloud, private cloud, as well as on-prem.
I mean, I say private cloud with all the customization.
Yes.
So because for all practical purposes, private cloud is nothing but I have access to SPRO, right?
Yes, because my server would be like, I will be using the hyperscaler.
What is those are two technical words. Hyperscaler means like
basically all private clouds are on the hyperscaler. So when it comes to a thought of stakeholders and the common pain points, so within the discover phase or prepare or every phase, Signavio will help you to deep down and to resolve all these pain points. Okay, and there are always certain business actions linked to it. When I will be going to the next slide, next couple of slides, you will be able to see how much Signavio is engaged or integrated with the SAP S4 Activate phase or project management methodology. Okay, this is just a glimpse of it, but there are more questions or the more pain points from customer to customer. Okay, I hope you.
And how about like this? Typically, this phase is like user acceptance testing and all. I mean, does Signavio generate those user acceptance test cases also?
As of now, no, we don't have that facility in Signavio. Yeah, because Signavio is only for the business process management. Test case management is not the scope of Signavio.
Okay. But intuitively speaking, it can go into that level of detail, right?
Yeah, it can go. But again, there are a lot of challenges when we go with the task mining. So that's why there are certain add-ons like Quinoa or Fortress IQ, which will help you to do this kind of analysis with the help of Signavio. Because Signavio don't have the task mining capabilities, but there are certain add-ons will help you to do the same thing with the help of Signavio. Fortress IQ, Quinoa, task mining, these are the two major add-ons.
Okay, I'm just putting this here in the run can Signavio.
KNOA, Quinoa. Okay. I hope most of you are familiar about this particular slide. You have seen this image in any of the SAP projects. This is the complete SAP S4 Activate methodology: discover, prepare, explore, realize, deploy, and run. The various phases where we are doing certain set of activities. Okay. Now, this is just at a very high level. I just don't want to skim you through this, but instead of that, I will be showing the complete S4.
Just one question from my side. Like we had this SAP process automation in Signavio, right? So what does it do in that case? Like what kind of test does it support?
Exactly no, but it will help you partially, not completely.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to check what kind of test case you wanted to get into or you wanted to analyze.
Okay.
Okay. So I will showcase the complete S4 Activate in upcoming slide. But before that, there are few points which you must need to understand. Okay, why is the phase critical? So there are few points which we have to cover in our phase critical part, because these are the few points: foundation setting, team alignment, which is very necessary for the SAP S4 implementation framework, is clear scope of definition, resource allocation from the SI perspective or from the internal team perspective, whether you are a customer or you are a partner. And stakeholder management should be clearly defined. Infrastructure setup: if your SI is doing the clean code, then most of the cases infrastructure setup should be done by them. But if you are doing with the brownfield, then you would be responsible for this, because you wanted to take the control of your all the processes and all the infrastructure. So that's why this part is very critical. Process analysis: whenever we are going with the S4 implementation, process analysis is a very critical part, because it will gonna define your clear roadmap for the process brownfield as well as the greenfield. Okay, and in this case, SAP Signavio has a plug and gain capability. In the plug and gain capability, they are having 127 plus predefined set of processes. They analyze your system whenever you connect your Signavio process insights with your ECC, EWM, S4HANA, or any other system, okay, of the SAP.
Sorry, 127 is what? What is this number? This is volumetric, 127?
127 number of processes.
From SAP?
Yeah, from the SAP. When you connect your SAP process insights, Signavio process insights with your SAP system, whether it's a ECC, B1, or any other, whether it's a BWM or AWM, or even S4. If your S4 is you are using S4, or you still wanted to improve your processes, then you can also connect process insights with the S4. It will give you the insights.
Here is 127 business processes in SAP S4HANA are supported by Signavio process insights for giving you the needed intelligence. Is it correct?
No, it is not correct, because SAP process insights analyze the process based upon the business object and their usage. Okay. And once the SAP process insights connect, all the information on 397 performance PPIs will get extracted, and those PPIs will help to model the process in the form of the business objects in the process insights. Once the processes are available in the process insights, we can push the process information from insights to the process intelligence of Signavio, and those processes will be available as a process model. Okay, let me open the help documentation page of process insights. Then you will be able to see.
So that part I understood. 297 cross PPI, or 297 or 300 or 310 doesn't matter. But those many numbers of PPIs are, Signavio is capable of analyzing and telling you the truth, right?
No, only Signavio process insights.
Process insights.
Only process insights.
Yeah, and the number that you said a while ago at 297 or something, right? Those are process insights.
397. 397. Yeah. Okay. And based upon 397 PPIs, system itself behind up to 127 number of processes under different value streams and a line of businesses.
You need to repeat that. The system means
under Signavio process insights define the processes under different lines of businesses and the value streams or value chains.
So you're saying Signavio can create or reproduce 127 processes, 127, right? Said 127
up to 127 processes from the different PPIs in the Signavio process insights. So here is the complete scope.
That kind of makes sense. Now, what about the accelerators that you were talking about a while ago? They're also like predefined processes, right?
Yes, those things are different. Accelerators provides the templates to analyze the processes as well as the best practices across different line of business for the different types of companies, as well as not only for the S4HANA, but for the success factors and the intelligent business network, BTP, and the other areas of SAP.
So
this is the complete scope.
Accelerator is a user contributed repository, right?
You can say that. User or the partner company, or the SAP contributed.
Okay. Repository of business process.
No, not exactly business process, because it also provides an accelerator to use the Signavio process intelligence in the form of the data transformation template and the ready-to-use dashboard where you can analyze your processes. And the other kind of accelerator where you will be having the best practices available for the different kind of companies for the different kinds of geographies. And the third type of accelerator is you will be having the plug and gain accelerator by which you can directly connect with the process insights data and then put them into the usable information like transaction usage, process qualitative or in quantitative structure, and the process compliance and the process execution analysis.
Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S/4HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S/4HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Here you can see this is the complete scope of the SAP Signavio process insights. Only insights, not the intelligence. Insights can directly connect with these systems from SAP environment. CRM, Ariba, ECC, S4HANA, EWM, SRM, and TM. So let me go back from here to the...
So insights is different from
next. Yes. Insights works on the PPIs while intelligence works on the process data, which is collected from the tables, either tables
PPI
or...
and intelligence is?
Intelligence, where we have an option to connect even with the tables of any system, whether it's a SAP or the non-SAP.
So insights is PPIs from SAP and intelligence is data sources of any system. Eh?
Yes, yes. Intelligence has much more coverage, not only SAP, but it can connect with the JD Edwards, Oracle, or any other custom ERP. It can also connect with the MySQL, SAP DataSphere, Data Lake, SuccessFactors, ServiceNow, Salesforce, and so on.
So you're saying using the insights, I mean, using the PPIs, Signavio is capable of reproducing or generating some process maps.
Yes, correct.
I mean, these are some kind of language thing, nothing else. I'm just trying to...
Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay. This is the glimpse of Signavio Process Insights, which I'm using. When I connected with the S4 system, my S4 system is only into retail, not any other field. So when I connected my S4 system, where we are executing only few of the processes, based upon that, the system collected a data of 6 months. System collected the data from last 6 months, okay, for these performance indicators. And here is the name of all these performance indicators. So SAP continuously working in this SAP Signavio Process Insights development. Till now, we have 398 indicators available. They are continuously developing the process performance indicators. These are the process performance indicators and the details of these process performance indicators and what kind of process data they are collecting, process data or a transactional data or any master data. And the information or the object count is collected from my system in this particular duration. Based upon this, my system showcases that I have 33 process workflows in my SAP S/4HANA. When I will gonna click on this S4 33 workflows, I will be able to see those 33 workflows, their object count, their completion, what kind of blockers we have, and how much time on average they are taking to complete, as well as what is respective end-to-end process where they are to and the line of business. Okay, I'm going back to the previous page. They will gonna show me how many number of process flows we have, how many number of process blockers we have, what are the correction recommendations I'm having for these number of processes, and what are my correction recommendations for my master data improvement and for the automation and directional data. If I wanted to plan for my long-term improvements, what are different recommendations for my Fiori apps? For the SAP Fiori apps, I can adopt to improve my long-term improvements within my 33 processes. Based upon this, these 33 processes again categorized into the different value chains: ID to market, source to pay, plan to fulfill, lead to cash. Order to cash falls under lead to cash. System is covering overall lead to cash part, where order to cash is further divided into order to fulfill and invoice to cash. Acquire to decommissioning, governance, and the finance.
So these are L2, and these inside this you have L3s, right?
Yes, these all are my these are all are my L1s.
Okay.
These are all are my L2s, and under L2s I will be having my L3s.
Okay, so the work which solution manager used to do, that can also be possible with Signavio.
Yes, solution manager will no longer be available from Q2 2025 onwards. They are moving with the cloud ALM. You will be not having solution manager support after Q2 2025 onwards.
Okay.
So the future is cloud ALM and the SAP Signavio.
So that means SAP Signavio is the replacement for solution manager.
No, not exactly. You can say that cloud ALM is the replacement for the solution manager. Only a partial part of business process management was in solution manager, which will be available through Signavio. But Signavio do a way lot more than solution manager.
Okay, but that SAP Cloud, you said that one can be used in the on-premise
Cloud ALM.
Cloud ALM can be used for online.
It can be.
Okay. On-premise. Okay.
Cloud application lifecycle management full form. Yes. Okay. And this is from the end-to-end perspective, from the end-to-end value chains perspective. But if you wanted to go with the line of businesses to improve your processes, it will help you to identify the levers under the various lines of businesses. Even if you wanted to improve your days payable outstanding in your finance, or the days sales outstanding in your sales process, you can choose the right lever to move ahead or to transform your process. If you wanted to improve days payable outstanding in your finance, you can choose the lever. It will show you what are the different processes you have available, applicable to improve your days payable outstanding. And just by clicking on the process, you will be able to see the process flow, how many number of objects it is using, and what is the performance of my other matrices for the respective business object. Supply invoice, accounting document. Under these are my matrices. Red are underperforming. Amber are still not too bad. Green, which does not require any modification because they are already performing well. Blue, where I won't be having any data. I can choose what are my blockers, which is highlighted in the red, and then I can further drill down into the detail of the cases. From here itself, I will be able to see the information of my performance in the my cases, where I will be having the detail of the cases, and then details of the cases in the form of the predefined list, predefined columns by the SAP. I can download that into the Excel. This is going to take a time because this is coming from system of my S4. And based upon this system, it's generated a corrective recommendation and the innovation recommendation. We can choose to go into the further, and then we can implement the same into our system. Okay. If you wanted to showcase how much monetary value it gonna bring on the table, we will be able to detail when we are going to further next to this particular recommendation. So for now, I'm just going to off the monetary value. This is how you can improve your process with the help of the process insights. If you wanted to do the value analysis for your processes, this will help you to find out the quick wins in the respective areas of your business processes. How much value you can save from your process just by improving respective value drivers. This is just a number of quick wins which I can apply to my system, which can help me to save this respective potential value. I can further drill down into the respective performance indicator. Okay, so these are the from here you can see process insights itself compare my process against the best practices available for the public cloud as well as the private cloud. So if I wanted to transform my processes and go for the process improvement or a greenfield or brownfield implementation, I can choose the process as well as the best practice available for the similar kind of process. This particular process says for item creation to delivery creation. We are having the best practices sale from stock 5HL for consumer products, which is applicable for this process. So I can dig down into the further details as well as I can explore the process from here. Here I'm gonna click, it will gonna route me to the SAP Signavio Process Explorer for the respective process. And then from here, I can further drill down into the detail to see the performance of this process to identify the major pain points from the SAP perspective. What is my benchmark? My process is already performing well as per the industry benchmark, falls under the top quartile, Q1. So this is the place where I don't need to improve my process because this is performing well. But I can choose my any other process which may not be performing well. Here, this particular process is very underperforming, falls under the first quartile, and the time to complete this process is 48 days for a specific for all the cases on an average. Here we are having a lead time between the business objects, and then I can plan my improvement opportunities from here, identify what are my top blockers, bottlenecks, and the most improvement opportunities. The system itself identified these are my 3 blockers and the respective business objects. Once I will gonna go into the respective matrix, I will be getting the information based upon the behavior, and then I can compare within the companies or based upon the document type or based upon the division, material, sold to party, etc., etc. If I wanted to further analyze my case details, I can get into a sales document information where I'm having the information or the respective fields from the SAP. This information is coming from the live system. Again, I can download this information in the form of an Excel CSV. Once I will gonna download this information, the information will get downloaded into my local system in the CSV format, where I can further analyze into the detail. Okay, this is just an overview of the Signavio process insights. Let's go back to the process our slide deck, which we have to cover. This is the last part, transition to best practice with Process Explorer. Till now, we have seen the performance of the processes, as well as we can also go to the Process Explorer just by clicking on the respective best practice available for the similar kind of process. And then we can do the process comparison. We can find out the violations.
So one question, I think this Process Explorer, that means Signavio also has a repository of other industries, other companies, etc.
Yes, they have.
And will that not violate any data confidentiality?
No, it will not gonna violate data confidentiality because you are not going to get the process data. You are also they have signed up the agreement with a few of the companies in the respective area to get their benchmark data, process benchmark data. Okay. Also, they have signed up with the APQC, American Process Quality Control, which is nothing but one of the topmost process classification framework organization who used to define the process classification framework for the different kinds of companies. You can further go into the process capability matrix or the processes for the different types of industries, whether it's a pharma, healthcare, retail, telecom. It will not gonna cover two of the areas. One is the federal services and another one is the aerospace. Apart from these two different types of domains or different types of companies, you will be getting the processes for all the best practices for all the kinds of companies, whether it's a discrete manufacturing or any further other kind of organization.
So, which in some substance, there is substantial seeded information repository within Signavio. Substantial, right? From SAP, from other partners, from industry, best practices, Explorer.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Well, you mentioned one point a while ago, I think 4 or 5 slides ago, about master data. Now, how does Signavio understand master data? Is it whether master data can be inaccurate, incomplete, or non-current, or right, or it can be blank?
Yeah, there are two ways of doing it. Either you can use the SAP templates to understand your master data based upon the type of industry you have, else in your logics to understand the master data. We have both of the options available, custom or the standard.
Okay. So it can be it can be indirectly used as a master data governance tool as well, Signavio?
No, I will not say that. This is just a process governance tool, a business process management tool. Okay.
I'm just taking an example that material master has a field which says safety stock 35. And in reality, safety stock should have been 29 based on the current state of affairs in SAP. So Signavio probably is not capable of making that distinction.
It will help you. If you are continuously using Signavio, it will help you to address the violations, what it should be and how much you have. Okay. If the system is collecting the information from last 1 year and the difference came in last couple of months, then Signavio will address the change and will give you the violation report as well. But this is just an use case which we have implemented in one of my retail division, where we were able to find out few violations. But this is not a right use case where I can say Signavio will help you to put the governance on the master data, but there are certain ways by which you can utilize it in that field.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of Signavio Process Intelligence in S/4HANA transformation? Option A, hardware configuration. Option B, database management. Option C, data-driven process analysis and optimization. Option D, network security. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to speed up your SAP S/4HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S/4HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So this would be our agenda. Under module 3, we'll connecting SAP Signavio to the ERP systems, and we'll be covering the step-by-step integration process, and then we will be deep diving into the intelligence integration demonstration. And then we will also be analyzing the data with the help of the intelligence. And the last part, the signal. Signal is nothing but a short name of the Signavio analytical language. We will be just reviewing the few major points about the signal language. If you wanted to learn the signal into deep, you can go to the SAP help documentation in this SAP Signavio process intelligence, where you will be getting the complete guide of the Signavio analytical language. Okay, the connection part of SAP Signavio with any other ERP system is very smooth. So it covers 5 major steps. One is identifying the source system, which we have to connect with our SAP Signavio. So as of now, we are having different modules in Signavio, which has the ability to connect with the other systems, like Process Insights is the one. Second is the process intelligence. Third is the process manager, which can only connect with the Signavio solution manager and the cloud ALM. And the fourth is the Signavio process governance, which can only connect with the Signavio process manager as well, also with the solution manager. After identifying which system we have to connect, we have to establish the connectivity by just providing the credentials. But after adding the credentials, there would be a data governance and the security part, which generally the infra team or the security team takes care for an organization. And it can be the internal team within the organization or the external team, if security and data governance is owned by a third party. So let's move to the integration part. I will show you a demonstration how we can do that.
I did the step 1 and step 2 also taken care by basis team, or
no, it is not taken care by the basis team. First, you have to understand what kind of data intelligence or data analysis you have to do. If you have to do the data intelligence on your HR processes, then you have to identify where your HR processes are deployed, either in the success factors or in the SAP ECC. Once, or any other solution, or any other third-party solution. If you have identified what is your source system, then you can see what are the connectors available within the SAP Signavio. And if not, then what could be the mode of integration you will be using. I will show you what are the different connectors available within the SAP Signavio process insights and the intelligence.
Okay.
So if you can see here, this is the list of systems which can be connected with the Signavio process insights. SAP CRM, Ariba, ECC, S4HANA, EWM, SRM, and the transportation management. These are the systems have the option to connect with the Signavio process insights. Signavio process insights can only connect with these systems, not with any other system. This is the limitation with the Signavio process insights.
That means only within SAP.
Signavio
not
process,
outside.
Correct. Signavio process insights only connect with these systems as of now. SAP is continuously developing the connectors, and they will be added in the future. So upcoming release is pending for the Q4 2024. So by the Q4 2024, we will be having few more connectors available for the Signavio process insights. But when it comes to the process intelligence, there is a long list of connectors we have. Let me share my screen. Okay. When it comes to Signavio,
connection to the system or connection to the component, because there is embedded EWM, embedded TM in S4HANA, right?
Yeah, correct.
So if you say S4HANA, that includes embedded EWM and TM both, or you have to connect separately?
it will connect separately.
Okay. Okay.
But when it comes to the Signavio Process Intelligence, it has a very good list of the ready to available connectors. First itself, it can connect with the SAP Signavio Process Insights in the SAP Signavio environment. Then we have a list of the enterprise system. It can we can establish a remote function call with the SAP systems, which we used to call in the short as a SAP RFC connection. It can also connect with the S/4HANA CDS views. We have success factors in place, ServiceNow and Jira in the enterprise systems list. But when it comes to the cloud storage, we have a connector to AWS, Athena, and S3 both. Google BigQuery, Snowflake, as well as SAP DataSphere and Azure Data Lake storage. SAP DataSphere here will help you in many ways because in the enterprise system S4 CDS HANA views, this is only applicable for the public cloud, not for the private cloud. If you have to connect with the CDS views of S4 HANA private cloud, you have to choose the SAP DataSphere, where all of your CDS views will get, you have to replicate in the DataSphere, and then you have to connect with the DataSphere to get the information. The fourth part is a databases. It can connect with the SAP HANA database, MySQL, PostgreSQL, and MongoDB. And there are certain other options we have. Is the manual upload in the form of the CSV files. If we have the CSV files, we can zip it and then upload it to the Signavio. As we have the Elasticsearch, OData, ingestion APIs, as well as the SQL Server connections available. So this is the list of all the systems which we can connect with the SAP Signavio Process Insights and the Process Intelligence. Apart from this, there would be one integration is about to come with the Cloud ALM, which will be released in the month of December this year. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, so just wanted to check with you, like how many releases Signavio has per year?
Currently, we are on 18th version of Signavio, 18th, and there are multiple releases happened. Every year, we received a release every month. Generally 12 release they plant. If there is any big release, they will inform you in advance. There's a roadmap available for the SAP Signavio on the SAP roadmap site, which you can directly explore from your end. You will be able to see what are the upcoming releases they have planned for this year and the upcoming 2 quarters in the next year.
Okay. And like if I already have my business processes in ADIS, can I upload them? Like, is there any integration between ADIS and this? If I can,
not a direct integration, but Signavio do support the RS process models. When there are 2 ways of doing it. Either you can export them into a BPMN compliant XML files, or you can directly extract them into the RS archive file. Signavio Process Manager allows you to upload or use those files as an input to move your process model into Signavio. Okay. For that, let me show you the Signavio Process Manager, because we have not covered it yet, and we have to also cover that.
And are there any cases like where I do not use Process Insight and Process Intelligence and I directly jump onto Process Manager? Suppose in case like I have.
No, it's not like that.
Okay, so the first step should be like, suppose if I'm not SAP client, I'm just moving to SAP, and so
okay,
then still I have to go through the Process Insights.
No, it's up to you. What is your objective? And based upon your objective, you can define your roadmap, what modules you wanted to use. If your objective is just the business process management, not the analytics, then process manager collaboration app could be sufficient for you along with the process governance. If you wanted to improve your processes by using the analytics part of the Signavio, then you have to go with the process insights and the intelligence as well.
Okay.
Okay. So the answer is totally based upon your objective, what you wanted to achieve in the end. So when you go to the Signavio Process Manager, we have an option to import Signavio archives as well as the RS markup language files. Okay. We can import your archive process models by choosing this option. Once we will gonna choose this option, you will be having an option to upload the file into Signavio, and that file transformed into a BPMN model. Okay, so you have a very easiest way to move your BPMN process from RS to Signavio, or vice versa.
In that case, to open the BPMN, it should have that software installed in our system. But for Signavio, is it just easily downloadable and
no, Signavio is a web-based language. It is not downloadable. They have stopped the on-prem version in 2018. Mm-hmm. So Signavio is only available on cloud, where you don't have to download anything in your local system to perform this exercise. You can directly do this exercise over the web.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the different ways to perform the integration or connect with the other systems. And this is very easy. I can give you an example. If you wanted to connect with the SAP Signavio Process Insights, we can choose a new connection, name the connection, and then set up the logics or set up the tables. Okay. You can provide your credentials. You can add the credentials here of your auth client, the client secret, service root ID, URL token, or target currency. Target currency should be the currency which you are using in your SAP system.
So for this, I should know all the tables upfront, right?
This connector which I have created is only for the Signavio Process Insights, not for the S4HANA. If I have to create, I can create a S4HANA connection from here. And now you can put the service username and password, because Signavio, to connect the Signavio, first you have to create a service user in your SAP system, whether it's an ECC or HANA.
Okay.
It will not connect with your system or the dialog user.
Okay.
Okay. Then you will gonna provide the host address of your system, serial number. If you have the multiple instances, you can quality, production, sandbox, or development. You can choose which one you wanted to connect. You can provide the client ID and the list of tables from here. You can just add the number of tables: TZ001, 002, VBAK, VBAP, EKKO, EKPO. But yes, you have to know about the tables. What are the different tables you have to fetch?
So okay. One quick question. Except for Signavio Process Insights, you are setting up a connection, but that's connection with what?
This connection with the Signavio Process Insights tenant. Process Insights tenant is only the Signavio Process Insights can only set up with the help of the SAP BTP. Okay. Once you will gonna set up the account, you will be connecting with your SAP system. Okay. Once your Process Insights is live, then you can create a service key for your SAP Signavio Process Insights sub account. And in the that service key, you will be having all those information. Or client secret ID, client secret.
So for process intelligence, you don't have to have process insights.
It is not mandatory. Okay. You have to understand two things. Signavio Process Insights is just a viewer which can connect with your ECC system and extract the data from your SAP system for a specific duration based upon the predefined 398 process performance indicators, which we explored yesterday. Okay. This is the function of Process Insights. It will gonna collect the data for a specific period, and there is certain frequency of every process performance indicators. Some of them are extracted on a daily basis. Some of them are extracted on a monthly and a weekly basis or a fortnightly basis. If the system has to collect the information of record to report, then the extraction of the respective PPIs will be on a fortnightly basis, not on a daily basis, because record to report is something which is not getting repeated every day. Monthly closing happens once or twice in a month. So the frequency of that particular PPI is fortnightly, not daily.
So the assumption here is, since the process is not changing that frequently, you don't need to extract it that frequently.
Yes, correct. And that is defined by the SAP itself. We cannot change the frequency of the data extraction in the Signavio Process Insights, the first module of Signavio. And it collects the information from your SAP instance and then build your processes based upon the predefined logic in the PPIs. And you will be able to see the process movement, how your cases are moving from one business object to another business object. Let me open the insights for now. Here we have connected with the system. Remember? And here we have all the 398 process performance indicators. And all these process performance indicators have their frequency when they are getting collected. Some of them are collected on a weekly, some of them are collected on a monthly basis. We cannot change any frequency. We can just only activate or deactivate the respective performance indicators. Got it?
What is object count means?
Object count, that means how many number of cases are available for the respective PPI, process performance indicator.
So just take an example. Automation rate, supplier invoice, cleaning, right?
Clearing. Yeah, that means my supplier invoices count is 3263 and automation rate is getting measured on these 3263 invoices, supplier invoices.
So that's
that means number of records.
Number of records.
Okay.
But we use a term called cases when we are going to analyze the processes. So here you can call them as a record. But the common terminology we would be using in the process insights and intelligence is case.
So the language here is process insights are extracted from various sources within SAP 397 whatever, right?
398, yeah.
So in each of these 397 processes, there can be varying number of records representing, right? So, and it will extract all these documents, right?
Yeah, all this information for a specific duration. From the date from the day you will gonna integrate this with your system, from that day the extraction will gonna start happening. It will not collect the previous data. This is the limitation with the process insights. And you won't be able to make any change in the process from here. This is just a viewer version where you can see the performance of your processes of SAP system. It will also give the correction recommendation and the master data correction points. Okay. And the next part is the Signavio process intelligence, where you will be having the leverage to connect with the multiple systems at once.
Including non-SAP.
It can connect it, yeah, including non-SAP systems. Even if the system is not listed within this list and you have the database data information available of that system, you can move that information to the AWS, Snowflake, data warehouse, DataSphere, MySQL, and then you can connect with that system.
So you're saying for process intelligence, you don't need process insights?
Yeah, it is not mandatory.
Then why do we extract process insights?
Because if you have to go with the S4 transformation, you need the complete information of your all the process performance indicators. What are the transactions? What are their qualitative performance? You need that information. By doing the process, if you will not going with the process insights integration, you have to connect your process intelligence directly with the SAP ECC or S4HANA. In that way, you will be individually extracting the tables and then you will be doing the data modeling just to reduce the workaround time and the complexity involved in the data modeling part. They have introduced a connection with the SAP Signavio process insights where you don't have to go with the struggle of data modeling. You will be having a plug and gain option where you can directly plug with the Signavio process insights, collect the information of the processes, and then visualize that information and build your matrices or the dashboard so that you can utilize that information to build your roadmap for your S4 transformation or process improvement.
So what do I then gain by extracting process insights, and what is the action item as a consultant or a user?
Okay, after connecting with the process insights, you will be getting the complete view of your SAP processes. SAP end-to-end processes lead to cash, finance, governance, plan to fulfill, source to pay, card to decommission, recruit, retire, or idea to market. In our workspace, we don't have idea to market, recruit to retire processes. Okay, so we have analyzed our processes. So when it comes to the lead to cash, we have collected the information, all the respective process under lead to cash as well as their performances. So let's take an example of one process from here, invoice to cash. Here we have a process. The one part we can directly go see the process. What is the process which we have defined for the cash collection process? Once we issue the customer invoice, there are multiple ways to create invoice. One is by FP01, FP70, FPD5, or by any custom transaction via the interface, or just parking the invoice, or FPR2 or others, or the other means. This is the process model we have defined. Okay. After connecting with the system or with the process insights, we can generate the process execution analysis for the respective process for the number of records or the cases, how my process is executing in my real world. I hope you are able to see my screen. This is a bit hazy. This is when I have 21.6 thousand cases, and my 21.6 thousand cases are executed in a different way, different ways. Now you can see how many number of process variants I'm having after I'm receiving 21.6 thousand invoices, and how we are creating. By FP05, we are creating 8.2 thousand cases. By other means, we are creating approximately 4,000 cases. And by the manual payments, we are creating 1.3 thousand. Oh, we are processing 1.3 thousand cases. If I will gonna put this on a full, I will be able to see how many number of process variants I'm having in my system and what is their utilization.
So this compares against the standard process that you defined.
Yes, this will gonna compare with against the standard process I have defined. Also, it will gonna show me the process execution analysis, how my processes are getting executed. If you can see here, the thicker the path, the more number of cases are flowing. My invoice creation is majorly by other means or by FP70. Okay, but my most of the payment run or clearing is done by FP05. So this way I can define my scope for my S4 implementation. Okay.
So when you define this process, you find it on a blue sky approach. That means the world universe was created today. This is my process, right? That's how you defined it.
Yeah.
And then in reality, something else happened, right?
Yes, something else is happening. We have identified what are the different types of scenarios we are having deployed in my system. What are the different number of ways we are having to create the invoice, and what are different ways to clearing the invoice. And based upon this, we have run this exercise for one of our company, and then we realized in one of my company, this is the behavior of my process. And if I have to go with the S4 implementation, whether it's a green field or a brown field, this will help me to draft my scope. This is just one part of it. But also I will be having the complete transaction code analysis for this particular process. Not only with this, but all the processes which can be extracted with the help of the Signavio process insights. Total scope is 127 processes, which will gonna cover all of your end-to-end processes, as well as those 127 processes will be having their sub-processes.
So is it the same thing that you referred to when you said there are a lot of contributors of this process? That's where the process maps are created, right?
Yes.
Either you create from scratch or some publisher has published those processes, including SAP, right?
No, those accelerators are different. Okay. Plug and gain is one of them, but there are different ways of doing it. One is with the process insights, and other way is just by connecting directly with the ECC, where you have to extract the data for 1 year, 2 year, you have to define the logics for your tables, and then you have to build the data model, which require the extensive SQL understanding and the coding as well. I will also show you that one. Okay.
Well, the best practice would be that I run first this process insight and then define my business process, right?
Yeah.
Instead of designing the business process and then doing this analysis.
You can also utilize best practices to define your to-be process. Best practices available from SAP within the Signavio Process Explorer. You can use those best practices in your fit to standard workshop in your S4 implementation, or whether it's a greenfield or brownfield, you will be having fit to standard workshop in both of the cases. You can utilize those best practices along with your as-is process to define your to-be process.
Okay.
Or the future state, which you would be implementing in your S4.
Okay, and they all are under one license, right? Like for process.
Yes.
Okay, then it's good.
Process Explorer is free for everyone, but to access that, you should have your super user or B user ID. Okay. And to access Process Explorer, it is not mandatory to have the Signavio access.
Yes, that's the point. In HANA itself, I guess they provide the Explorer.
Yeah, there are two things. One is the Signavio Process Navigator, and other one is the Signavio Process Explorer. Signavio Process Navigator will be available everyone who is having the SAP account. me.sap.com is the URL from where you can go to the Signavio Process Navigator and see all are the best practices available for the different systems of SAP. Not only restricted to SAP S4HANA, but for all the system of SAP, whether it's a EWM, BWM, or success factors, BTP, or any other system. Let me push that link to every one of you.
So from there, not all the process can be used in Signavio.
Can you repeat?
From the process where you said me.sap.com.
Me.sap.com is the support portal of the SAP, from where you will be able to access the Signavio Process Navigator, from where you can find the configuration guide or the implementation guide for your respective processes. From this place, you can access all the best practice processes along with the configuration guide, implementation guide, what are the roles you need to set. So here we have the SAP Signavio Process Navigator. It will not take a bit of time to load. So,
and here, if you see, there is a solution scenarios 47 and solution process.
4,237 solution process for the 47 solution scenarios.
Okay.
By clicking here, you will be also able to find the complete enterprise management layer for the SAP S4HANA. This SAP S4HANA enterprise management layer covers a complete scope of the S4HANA implementation for all the geographies across the globe. Also, the best practices for the different areas: public cloud, private cloud, federal sector, public sector. Okay, employee center, payroll, onboarding, learning. So here we have all the scenarios. So if you will be going to lead to cache, in the lead to cache, you will gonna see the subset of it. And here you'll be having all the lead to cache configuration, processes, and the journeys. But if you wanted to drill down into specific, you will be getting the process flow that specific lead to cache for the cloud deployment. You will be having the process flow from here, as well as the solution value flow. And in the accelerators tab, you will be having all the components. Lead to cache process. If you need any licensing, then you will be having that information here available as well.
So someone created this business partner creation diagram. Is this flow?
Yes. SAP itself created these flows, or they have created based upon the feedback which they have received from their customers.
Okay.
So for that, generally they all the few of the customers who are agreed to share that information with the SAP, they have signed a contract with the SAP, and then SAP collected information for their processes, not with of their data, only the process information which they have collected. Based upon that, they have defined the best practices for the different types of companies, whether it's a retail, wholesale, supply chain, telecom, manufacturing, any other domain. I'll also gonna showcase what are the different types of industries we have. Let me just log out from here in the connection code analysis. Okay, so we were here. So we will be having the complete information of the transaction, their usage, their cycle time. Even when we are using one particular transaction, what is the cycle time compared to the cycle time of by using the other transaction? In the invoice issuing, clearing, we'll be having the complete information. And this is the result of the plug and gain approach by using the Signavio process insights as well as the intelligence. And by this way, we can define our improvement opportunities or the to-be state of the process which we should be implementing in our S4.
And this for brownfield.
Whether it's a brownfield or greenfield, in both of the way you can utilize it.
But in greenfield, it's starting from scratch, right?
Yeah. At the end, you will be doing the fit to standard workshop where you will be assessing what are the different ways of clearing or creating you have to implement.
What is the difference between fit to standard and fit gap? Is it same?
These are the different name of the same kind of workshops. Fit gap analysis. First, we do the fit gap analysis in the fit to standard workshops.
Okay.
To go with the fit to standard workshop, first we have to do the fit gap analysis, if there is any.
Okay.
In greenfield, we generally don't do fit gap analysis because we are going to do with the clean core implementation, and we will be doing the you'll be using the best practices in our fit to standard workshop. But in the brownfield, we will be doing the fit gap analysis. Then we will be running the fit to standard workshops. Okay, so from here, we can have the process analysis, transaction code analysis, as well as the complete quantity structure of process, where we'll be having the information of their throughput, process variant, what are the number of process variants, their performances, what is the completion score, and etc. These are the n number of matrices defined within the plug and gain approach. And all these matrices will get created automatically when you will be connecting with the process insights. If you will gonna connect with your ECC system directly, then you have to create all these manually, or you have to use the available accelerators to build these matrices or these dashboards. Otherwise, this would be the manual exercise which should be done with the help of the business process analyst or the business process manager within the organization. Okay, so we have covered Navigator. Now I'm going back to the Process Explorer for now. Allow me a moment. Okay, this was the Process Explorer yesterday we are looking at. So there are few areas from the quick start, you will be able to get the points from which you can quick start. It will gonna help you to familiarize with the Process Explorer with all the features. And in the strategic objectives, you can explore, but still this is under development. You won't be able to get much information under this. As of now, what is available is process explorer, which we can explore. I hope you can see the complete industry overview on the screen. So from here, you can see what are the different types of industries we have available. And under these, we have the value chains available for these kind of industries. So we can explore automotive, industrial manufacturing, high-tech, banking, insurance, etc., etc. So once you will gonna choose the industry, on the right side of the pane, you will be able to see the option to look into the end-to-end process for the respective industry as well as a capability map. Capability map is for the one who are familiar with the enterprise architecture. If you are not, then it would be better if you can directly explore the end-to-end processes from here. And in the end-to-end process, now all the value chains or the value streams and the underlying business capabilities are automatically changed for the respective kind of industry. Now we have explored media, so all the lead to cash processes will get changed to the media industry. So you can explore the industry specific processes from level 1 to level 3 by going to the industry. Even for industrial manufacturing, you can have end-to-end process, capability map, and the scenario group. You can explore further from here, and then you can again drill down into the respective process, whether it's a plan to fulfill, for engineering, material to stock, make to stock, different kinds of process variants for the plan to fulfill. You can drill down from here. Then you will be having the further level 2 for material to stock, recycling, and then you can drill down into the next level as well.
Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S/4HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S/4HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
These are your capabilities of the processes. And then from here, you can explore the further dictionaries. Also, the another way of doing it, not by the industry, just by the product. Even if you are going for the S/4HANA, you can choose this one. You also have the processes for the success factors. This is the complete portfolio of the success factors. Everything within success factors is covered under these areas. It starts from recruiting and it goes till retirement. It has all the processes which can be implemented within the success factors. Like onboarding. In the onboarding, we have pre-onboarding, onboarding, and the post-day. So these will gonna cover all your BPMN workflows. What should be the activities you will be performing in the success factors or with the help of success factors, and who would be the roles involved to perform those activities, what are the prerequisites, and what kind of output you will be generating. This is just a best practice. The actual number of data objects or input output might be different from the company to company or an organization to organizations. based upon the requirements. So this way you can explore product specific best practices with the help of the Signavio Process Explorer. Our agenda is the S/4HANA acceleration by using Signavio. So from here, you will be having the processes for the specific verticals, from asset management to finance to supply chain, sales, and others. And then you can again choose specific industry-wise processes from here. Just here we have the industry bifurcation from here. Once you're gonna drill down into the next level, you will be having the types of processes that can be applicable for the respective process area. Just by clicking it, you will be able to see the BPMN process linked to that particular block. And then in the BPMN process, you will be having all the roles, responsibilities, and the activities available. So this way, you can explore your processes for the respective functions, industry-wise, as well as the capability-wise by using the Signavio Process Explorer.
And Rohit, is it specific to public edition, right? Because there's very specific scenario ID is mentioned there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, correct. Okay, so let me just put this down. And now we are going back to our slide, which you are having. We moved from the agenda. Okay, so here's the next part. Stop movement. Okay, sorry. So this was the first part. You can connect with the multiple system, ERP or CRM. Then you can establish a establish system connectivity by adding the credentials and the logics which is required for the system, and the requirements is different from system to system. If you have to connect with the process insights, you will need the OAuth client secret, etc. But when you are going to connect with the system, whether it's an ECC or S/4HANA, you will be providing the host address and the IDs. And in the similar way, if you will gonna connect with the Jira or ServiceNow or SuccessFactors, you will need the login credentials and the requirements. You have to fulfill the requirements based upon the system. And all of them you will be getting from the help documentation of the SAP Signavio. There is a complete administration guide of the SAP Signavio Process Intelligence, which is having this particular information and the requirement for every system.
What do we get from Jira, for example?
If you wanted to analyze your projects and how they are behaving based upon the work packages, if you have a work package defined for X kind of project, to see how many number of X type of projects you have implemented in Jira and are in use, what is their performance, what is the lead time, what are their major blockers within your projects. You can analyze the overall complete project management information within your process intelligence. Turnaround time, cycle time, pain areas, where the project is blocked, and what is the reason of that blockage. This kind of information you can analyze within your process intelligence. But there are certain matrices are already available. Let me show it to you. Process intelligence. Here is the complete template documentation. And for Jira, complete issue to resolution process. We have a template available for the issue to resolution. And here are a few key matrices which you can analyze. cycle time, issue resolution time, response rate, customer satisfaction score, rework, any changes, the priority ratio, efficiencies, high priority ratio. You can analyze complete productivity and SLA breach. Okay.
But this doesn't anyway help do some S4 HANA transformation, right? It's just a nice to have thing, right?
Yeah, this is for Jira, not for the S4 HANA.
Yeah.
So the scope of process intelligence is beyond S4 HANA. Okay. It can help you in the S4 HANA implementation, but apart from S4 HANA, you can also analyze your project management, ticket management processes, your manufacturing processes. Okay. So in terms of S4 HANA, the overall S4 HANA trigger starts from analyzing the process in the process insights, then you utilizing the plugin gain, analyzing the complete transaction score based on the score of the processes, the completion ratio, and finding out the variants, their performances, and then based upon that, we can build the scope of S4 HANA. I will gonna cover those points in our upcoming slides. Okay, and then the third part is the data governance security, which your infra team or the security team will be taking care of. Example of integration, which we have already discussed. And once we have collected data, it is very important to get that data validated by the functional or the business owners. Functional guys or the business or process owners, because there might be some tweak required in the data set to get the right results. Okay, so we can utilize the process mining engine of SAP Signavio, which can help us to extract actual process flows from system logs, and this will also help you to identify variations and inefficiencies of workflows. Okay, and you can build your custom KPI dashboard as well as pre-configured KPI dashboards based where you will be having cycle time information, throughput, compliance ratio, compliance rates, rework percentages, and then you can set the alert for deviations within your KPI dashboards. This was the answer to the question which was asked yesterday, where we can set the alerts for deviations. In the KPI dashboard, we can set the alert for deviations if invoice processing exceeds acceptable timelines. The system triggers an alert, and the respective business user will get notified.
Can I say that this is the most easily derived benefit from Signavio? I mean, like,
yeah,
visible
correct.
benefit, right?
Yes.
I am on the run. I'm a manager. I want to know where my business is screwing up. So at least I now know something is red, right?
Correct. You will easily get to know what is red, what is green, and what is amber. You can easily identify the action points where you need to take a quick decision.
And this is what is called process intelligence, right?
Process intelligence.
And this does not need process insights.
It may need for if you are going with the SAP system and you need it in a quicker way, then obviously you will need the process insights. But if you don't want the live system, then you can directly extract data on a certain frequency, weekly, hourly, or daily basis. Or
process intelligence is SAP plus all other systems, and process insights is only SAP, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
The process insight scope is very limited to only SAP systems. Intelligence scope is SAP as well as non-SAP systems, where the information can be available in the form of an event log.
So the way to look at this is invoice creation date. What do you do after invoice creation? You payment receipt, right? So let's say the gap is more than 21 days. I want to flag it. So I would need those business tables, like, I don't know, whatever business tables are for invoice, right? So VBKF or whatever, maybe VFA.
You will be having the complete information of your cases who raise a red flag or who have not raised a red flag but approaching red flag.
Yeah, but that needs tables, right? If you have nothing, let's say if I'm using Signavio only for process intelligence, all I have to do is just go and type in the tables in SAP, and then it will get the information from there, right?
Correct.
But who will define the KPIs?
Your business user or business expert, business process expert, or a business process analyst is the one who will be running this exercise on the SCP Signavio.
If I have to create a new KPI in Signavio, I can do that.
Either they can do that or they can use the pre-configured dashboards to do that.
Okay, there's a pre-configured dashboard for all KPIs.
And those pre-configured dashboards are available in the form of the value accelerators.
Okay. The one that you mentioned.
Yes, yesterday. Okay, where we have 300 plus value accelerators available for the different areas of the SAP as well as non-SAP.
So is that that would probably constitute the most time-consuming activity, because that's a real development, right?
Exactly, and that is the only reason SAP introduced value accelerators. So end user don't need to do that extensive exercise of data modeling and building the dashboards. They can just go and easily install a dashboard once the data is collected for the respective processes.
Okay. So Rohit, it seems that I think, if I'm not wrong, maybe 70 to 80% KPIs will be covered there, right?
Exactly. So in some of the cases, you will be having more than 70 to 80% KPIs covered. If you need the custom KPIs, you can do it by your own very easily, just by putting the building blocks together by using the signal code, or even not by using signal. They have the visual editor which you can use to build the KPIs.
So there may be one very common case. There's an inspection lot created. Nothing has been done for 35 days. Ideally, it should have been, something has been done in 4 days. So that's probably a KPI, right? Which SAP provides ready-made, right?
Correct.
And then against that, SAP is also tracking it, right?
Yeah, and you will be having an option to add the thresholds, either 5 days, 7 days, or 10 days. And if you will gonna add the threshold of 2 or 3 thresholds, you will get notified on every threshold once that time will gonna reach. If you have set the threshold for 5 days and another threshold for 7 days, first you will notified once your 5 days threshold is reached. If something the case was fulfilled before 7 days, that's okay. If that was not fulfilled before 7 days, again you will get notified with the help of the action engine.
So process intelligence, process accelerators, and process insights are only useful in a live system, right?
No, accelerators scope is way beyond than process insights. They are also available for the process models within the process manager.
Okay, but intelligence, let me simplify. Process intelligence, if you tell it has to make sense, it will make sense only in a live system, right? Which is on production.
No, it's live, non-live, it's up to you how you wanted to utilize, because some of the people wanted to learn about their historical data trends, and then they wanted to forecast the value for their product and services. So they don't need the information on their live system. They need the historical data for 5-10 years for the process. If you have to do the benchmarking, you don't need the live system.
Do we have the luxury of studying historical cases in a project of S4HANA? I mean, that's in terms of time available at hand.
Yeah, you do have.
Okay. I'm saying how much time it will take. For example, if I have to analyze all these KPIs historically,
it's up to your data size. If you have a lot of data, then obviously it will gonna take time to extract the data.
Okay.
But data extraction can be
it's
very quick.
It's more of a post-mortem, right? What happened? So, but Signavio's purpose, this is my conjecture, is probably to take rather what in a real world, I want to take an action, right? That's the interest of the manager, right? Of the business user. Just to monitor the deviation.
You wanted to take the actions, but this is just one use case. But apart from that, if you wanted to improve your processes in a longer run, not just one single process, but all of your processes, then you need the historical data, and you have to do the historical data analysis with the help of the Signavio Process Intelligence. You're gonna understand the trend, because in some of the cases, when you go to the Gulf market or the specifically those locations where scenario changes after every 3 months of time, you need a historical data analysis. You cannot take the decision based upon just 3 months of data or 2 months of data or 1 month of data.
So using the historical analysis of these KPIs, process intelligence, you're saying I am in some way comfortable to decide on my future processes. Is it
yeah, correct.
Okay. And also in the live system, it is like so much more easy.
Yeah. If the system is live, it will be much more easier. It will gonna solve your day-to-day problems as well.
Okay. But what is Signavio? What has Signavio been used for? I mean, people use it more in the live system, or people use it to analyze history, because that may be like too much work, right? In a part of implementation, analyzing like past data, past KPIs would be like quite painful, right?
Not painful, because changes cannot be done overnight. Okay, and if you have to improve your process, you can take the actions quickly. But if you wanted to improve your process, then this type of action you won't need to take in the future. You will gonna improve your process, and if you have to improve your process, you will gonna study the trend. What is the major pain areas? Why this problem is happening? Very frequent, and this can only be done if you're gonna do the historical analysis.
And improving the process means creating a mini project in S/4HANA to change the configuration of something, right?
No, you don't need to change that. You can take this within Signavio, you can understand, learn all those things, and then you can, after that, you can decide whether you wanted to change in your development process or a quality process, or you wanted to create a mini project.
Like just an example, a very common example. If goods receipt has been delayed by order of magnitude, like very randomly, then what process can I change? I can put in place some alert that goods receipt is delayed, or I can follow up with the vendor, right? That's all I can do.
Yeah.
Then that may or may not involve any process change.
Correct.
That involves some, say, vendor change, for example. There can be any number of business.
That will gonna go out of scope of Signavio. Because when a human intervention comes into the picture, that will go out of scope of Signavio, because Signavio only plays with the data. It will help you to improve your process, which is executed with the help of the system. If something happening outside of the system, you cannot control that thing with the help of Signavio, because there are a number of variables. Either you have to change the vendor, or you have to. There might be some cases where
business outcome of such a bad goods receipt, erratic goods receipt. Either I can change the vendor, or I can ask the vendor to move close to my factory site, or I can change I can ask the vendor to change the packaging because of some constraints. There could be any number of human actions.
Yeah, there are a number of variables, but if the variable is out of system, Signavio cannot control that.
Or I can have a schedule agreement with a vendor saying, instead of random purchase orders, I will give you a schedule 1 year ahead of time. Something
then
like that.
It will help to identify the late deliveries and how frequent these late deliveries are happening. And if this is consistent with these certain set of vendors or a specific vendor, you can analyze these kind of late deliveries. If you can build the logic, if any of the purchase order having the expected late delivery, they have the generative AI, which can help you to analyze that information and can give you the proposals. Then you can just follow with this particular vendor, and then the purchaser can take the action based upon the available insights from the process AI. Process AI is a new latest feature add-on within Signavio.
So summary is, if something is wrong, I can either change the process, I may not change it, or I may take some manual decisions, I may find.
You can take the manual decision, or you can utilize process AI to provide these kind of proposals to the end user who is the part of that process or a business user.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature of Signavio helps organizations identify process variations and inefficiencies? Option A, server monitoring. Option B, process discovery and mining. Option C, network configuration. Option D, database backup. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S/4HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S/4HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So this
cycle in the system, like from process intelligence to process manager, how we do it?
Come again? Sorry.
Please show one cycle in the system, like moving from process intelligence, like making use of existing business processes which are set up by the accelerators you said, and then I change it according to my business needs in process manager.
Okay, let me finish this few points and then we'll move with the demo.
One quick question here.
Yes.
Does Signavio has a what do you call it? What if scenario kind of analysis?
Yes, it has a process simulation where you can run the process simulation and do the what if analysis to identify what could be the possible bottlenecks when you are going to run the similar kind of process in the real world. Okay, it can analyze based upon the resources, cost, and the cycle time of the activities.
Yep. And any additional steps we add or remove by and all those scenarios.
I will show you that. Let me first complete and then we'll go with the demonstration. Okay, so these are the few major points by which we can leverage Signavio process intelligence to optimize our processes. Simulating process changes is one of them. We can build our continuous improvement framework to establish a continuous improvement loop by reviewing data regularly and making incremental process adjustments whenever it is needed. So the next is signal language. I just don't want it to bore everyone because this is a very highly intensive task. And for now, we have a workaround available as the Signavio value accelerator, which will help you to get rid of the signal requirement. And this is only needed when you have to build your custom KPIs. I will just directly come to the transformation of greenfield and brownfield approaches. So as you are already aware, there are two types of greenfield and brownfield approaches. Third is the blue field, which is a combination of greenfield and brownfield. And these points we have already discussed in call. So not just by wasting your time, I will directly go to the demonstration part. Okay, here you can see. So these are the processes we have analyzed. Just by integrating with the system, building the data model, and then after data model building, we are able to create the processes where we have process execution analysis, transaction code analysis, and the quantity structure. We're gonna go to the process execution analysis. So just by opening the process explorer, we can see what are the different variants we have in the process. And similar to this, we can create our new widget of the variant explorer. This variant explorer will gonna showcase the different variants, how they are executing within the system by supplier payment without purchasing. Without purchasing, there is no PO we have created for these kind of purchases. So my first variant is showing me where I'm having 941 cases out of 5,283 cases. This is gonna show me this is how my process cases are flowing. Once my supplier invoice is issued, we're gonna create the invoice by using the interface available. And then we are moving directly invoice immediately to free the payment, and the payment is cleared by the FP1K transaction. But in my next variant, my payment has not cleared yet. In my third variant, my payment is cleared with the help of the manual run. Also, if I wanted to choose the other variant, I will gonna add the other variant. Let's say these top 4 variants covers my 70% of the transaction, and I wanted to create my to-be process based upon only these 4 variants. So I will just gonna generate the BPMN, and the system itself will gonna create the BPMN diagram by itself. And I just have to now add the process roles in this diagram, and I will be having my workflow available. But it seems like this workflow is not needed because the cases has not completed yet. So in this way, I can create my workflow and save it within my workspace. Test process. So once I will gonna save it, the process will be available within my workspace to proceed further. I just created the process by clicking here. So this was the process I was created earlier with the help of the process analysis. Either I wanted to choose the roles, we can add the swim lane from here. If I don't want it to choose, we can leave it now. We can add the other process attributes if we need, the owner of the process or a business owner or the other information like IT systems, level 1, level 2 information. If there is any S4 best practice applicable for this particular process, we can also add from here. We can add the name, documentation of the process, and the further information. There is a lot of attributes we can add here. If any attribute which we need and is not available within this list, we can create our custom attribute by requesting to the Signavio administrator. So from here, I can choose what kind of workflow I wanted to use to get my process approved. We can start the workflow from here, approval workflow. Once I'm gonna start the workflow, this is gonna trigger an email to the respective process owner. They will be having an option to create or to approve or reject the process. Also, I can see my pending cases from here. We have initiated the workflow. Now that workflow, that process will get routed to the respective set of process owners or business owners to approve that within Signavio. Now a wheel icon is visible to every one of you. This wheel icon indicates that this process is already ongoing under the approval procedure. Once the process will get approved, you will be getting the right click at this place. If the process will get rejected, you will be getting the cross sign at this place. So
what are the different roles we have in this process manager?
Come again?
What are the different roles we have in process manager?
In the process manager, you can have a process editor where you can design, create your processes, as well as the administrator who can read, write, delete, publish the processes. Process editors cannot publish the processes. Only the process administrator can publish the processes. So hub, that means the access to collaboration hub. Hub, read, write, delete, and publish. These are the kind of roles we are having in the process explorer or process manager.
And what does publish mean?
Publish means once the process is created, let me change the workspace for a time being. Now then I will show you what publish means.
Like suppose the approver has approved the process. Does it mean it is
published? Similar to like that, but there's a difference as well. Okay, my workspace. Process manager. Current version 18.7.2.
So this process that you're showing is built from scratch?
Yes, that was built from scratch.
With this does not need any connection to any source systems.
To analyze this, to get this information, we have already connected with the SAP Signavio process insights. We have collected data. We have used the plug and gain to build these insights. Okay, but to build the process model, we have just utilized the historical data to define my to-be process, how my process is actually behaving in my real world, and how I get to know based upon the historical data, which was available from last 6 months for that respective process. Okay, so here we have two different options, either published or preview. Once we are going in the preview mode, you will be able to see all the processes which are available in Signavio but not released. And published processes are only available to the end user of Signavio. That means only the collaboration hub user of Signavio. Remember yesterday I told you there are separate licenses for every type of Signavio module. Signavio Process Collaboration Hub is a viewer part. or collaborative mode, as name stands, collaboration hub, where we can collaborate with the company users, vendors, or the customers. This is the place whatever we have designed in the process manager, or whatever we have analyzed in the process intelligence or insights or in the governance, that can be available in the collaboration hub based upon the defined access rights. And these things will be available to the end user only in the published mode, but preview and published mode only available for the administrators and the process editors. If you have assigned the collaboration hub license to your 100 resources within your company, they can access Signavio by collaboration hub. They can only see the information for their processes based upon their defined access rights. Like your finance people can see their finance processes and the performance of their finance processes, but they won't be able to see the information of their governance processes or their lead to cash processes. If we will allow them, they will only be able to access only via the process collaboration hub. Because if we're gonna provide the access to the process intelligence, any change done by them can lead to a severe consequences, because the audience of process collaboration hub would be very, very large at a company level, but audience of process intelligence or a process insights would be very less within the organization, sometimes functional or sometimes only the transformation people within the organization.
Okay. Last time we used the historical data to create the business process. Can you also show one case like where I build it from scratch now, like I'm not using any historical data and anything? Maybe a simple process.
For that, you can go to the process manager. And in the process manager, we have an option to create the workflows, either value chain diagram or the BPMN diagrams or the enterprise architecture diagrams, and several others like decision modeling, event process chain, organization chart, customer journey, or navigation maps. Here we can build the BPMN diagram by using the graphical editor. Here we can add the swim lanes, process A, and the role 1, role 2, and now from the start event, we can define the activities.
One question, how is the language of this process manager able to understand the language of process insights, which is coming straight from SAP?
Okay.
The language, I mean, the boxes, the start, stop, roles.
Start from where the case starts, it will gonna act as a start. Every activity within the process act as a task or get transformed into a box.
Every different. Let's say, see, it's a blue sky. I have just went and I just draw something on a plain paper like this, right? Now something, okay, create an order to cash. I did draw some diagram. How will this diagram understand the process insights?
Okay, this diagram will not directly understand the process insights because the medium which we are using is the process intelligence. Once the data of process insights is moved to the process intelligence, and mapped in a data model or a process model, then only it will get transferred to the process manager in the form of the BPMN workflow. It will not directly get the data from the process insights. There is a chain. Process insights to the intelligence and then to the process manager.
Okay, now process manager means here you're changing something or creating something, right?
Yes.
Based on the intelligence that you have gathered, right?
Process manager is the place where you can design, create your process workflows, and then you can get these approved and then published to the common audience for within your organization.
Okay.
This is purely a business process management module. This will not be used for the process analysis.
Okay, fine. So it is like just like a diagram lying out there just now, just for reference.
Correct. Here you will be preparing your workflows, putting the information in your workflows, or you will be using the best practices available from the SAP to define your target process or a to-be or a future state of your process, which you will be moving to the cloud ALM or a solution manager.
So that means this already has a library of large number of processes which are already available in Signavio.
Correct.
And the library comes from various source systems, as you said, HANA, CRM, SRM, and all, right?
Yes.
Supported source systems.
We have discussed process value accelerator library.
Yeah.
Here we have, if you will gonna choose the Signavio process manager, you will gonna see the list of value accelerators having the process libraries. Let's say first one, process design and standardization for S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition. That means by installing this particular accelerator, you will be getting 807 business process modeling diagrams having the complete information of the S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition processes. All these 807 BPMN diagrams will gonna showcase all your private cloud processes clubbed under 92 value chains, along with the 17,000 dictionary entries. Dictionary entries, that means a definition of every object within these processes will be available.
And that is a language that Signavio's process insights and intelligence will understand, right?
Correct.
So accelerators are basically the seeded processes which are available for you to further modify the business process.
Yeah, either you can use them as a reference process, but if you just wanted to implement the standard, you can use them right away without making any change, and then you can push them either by using the solution manager or by using the cloud ALM. Solution manager will gonna be obsolete in a couple of years, and the release won't be available from the Q2 2025 onwards. So you will be having the cloud ALM, which can be directly integrated with the Signavio process manager and the collaboration hub. And the beauty is, once you have the process available, okay, let's say this is one of my process. Skip this part. What is available on the screen? I suppose this was the BPMN process, and I will be having an option to push from here to the cloud ALM directly. If I will gonna integrate my process collaboration hub with the cloud ALM, I will be having an option to push the same process to the cloud ALM in their process navigator. And the similar process will be available in the cloud ALM to perform the configurations.
Okay. Now, only one question. I'm just struggling to understand. See, my theory here, assumption here is the language across the board, from process manager all the way to intelligence, has to be the same. I can call it edit the order. I can call it change the order, right? Or I can call it delete the order or erase the order. So, is there a standard language to define the process in that activity box that you just showed? Is the language standardized, or you can write?
Yes, this is BPMN 2.0 language, ISO certified language, standardized in 2014, and this is widely used across the globe when it comes to defining the business process models. And this is understood by many of the systems, not only by the SAP system, but also by the non-SAP systems.
Okay, that's great learning for me. That means when you put an activity box, if you type, say, Mary has a little doll, that will not be accepted, right? Like,
yes, that will not be accepted. Every process diagrams will gonna be a BPMN 2.0 compliant if we will gonna using the BPMN 2.0 template, and the similar diagram can be read by any workflow execution management system, whether it's a cloud ALM, whether it's an RS, or any other workflow execution management system which understand BPMN 2.0.
So can we just type something there, just like say, hello, how are you, something like that, right? It will not take it.
Yes, it will.
But then how will it understand?
Because this is just a description of the activity, but the code is written based upon this object, the box.
That's a label, right?
Yeah, this case one is a label or just to identify the name of the activity.
So what is underneath it? How will I know? Below that, like code, how will I know the code?
No, if you're gonna save the diagram, you will be having an option to export this into an XML. I don't have the option in this workspace, but I have the option in another workspace. Allow me a moment.
So okay, what happens if you save it? It will not allow you to save?
No, actually, the access rights is different from workspace to workspace. I have multiple workspaces.
Okay.
So I'll gonna open another workspace where I'm having the access rights, proper access rights.
So BPMN 2 has a library. I understood. Library has a lot of activity codes, tasks, sub-process, branches, decision boxes, and all that stuff, like standard language, right?
Yes, correct.
And you can drag and give that name, right?
Correct.
You don't have to type the labels, right?
Yes.
But if I type some labels and
you have to type the labels because you need to identify the activity.
Okay.
That's why you have to type the labels.
But label can be mistyped and misunderstood by people.
This is the only way to identify. If
I
will not gonna
in a blue sky, in a white paper, I can write anything for anything, right? How will other person understand what it is?
But if you're gonna write in the common language or process language, it will be understood by the other person as well.
So when you save it, it will change the label also?
No. So this is the process, and this can be imported into the BPML XML. Okay. Sorry, export. And this is the language which we generally use. You know, the overall code is written here for the complete process model.
Okay.
And this can be understood by any workflow execution management engine.
Okay, I think I'm still not able to visualize. Sorry to kind of I'm just saying you defined a process which has activity, start, stop, sequence, branches, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Now I wrote something, my colleague doesn't understand what it means. Issue goods. I just mentioned issue goods. Ideally, I should have written pick goods, right? And there are different meanings, right? So how will that language be harmonized? I mean, is there
you will be having an option to write the description in the description section, where issue goods is just a keyword, but under issue goods you can define what does it mean. You can
where
write
is that defined?
You can in the Signavio process diagram as well. Let me Can you hold for a moment? I think I got started. Here, when it go to the attributes, you will be having a multiple option to define the information. Or you can directly go to the documentation section. Here you can write the complete story.
Okay.
About that activity can be accessible to the
let's say that box case where you write can I, let's say the ideal thing is create an order. So where will I assign the create an order?
Okay, create an order.
Can I just jump in?
You have saved the process.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Sorry. So just a quick one from a process perspective. In 2.0, normally in such this thing, you have a certain set of rules, as Rohit mentioned. So it's kind of verb, noun, nomenclature that you follow. Different organizations follow.
Correct.
Basically, verb, noun to describe the task in that box. So that's one aspect of it. And then the second aspect of it is this particular process that is on this single page is saved as a particular name and can use another set of nomenclature with a set of description, which then can be reused or not used by the organization across the enterprise. So, because there may be certain tasks that can be reused again by other parts of the organization, because the tasks can be the same. So it's basically, I think what you're trying to get at is how can it be reused or reapplied elsewhere, how the system understands that.
Right? Reused, reapplied, reconciled, compared.
Correct.
All that stuff. So that's what I was wondering, where exactly is that standardization thing? I mean, I have never used this BPMN at all before. I think that's the basic knowledge which I am missing for sure. So as you said, the attributes, where do you mention, say, can I, case one, should be create an order. So where do I know that it's create an order?
We have the attribute section available for every object, and this is the standard set of attributes which you can define for your activity or an event or a gateway. There are definite number of attributes based upon the type of object, and in these attribute section, you can add that information which can be accessible with the help of the collaboration hub once this process is released or published to the common users. They can just hover on the activity and they will be able to see the information for that particular activity, whether it's a description, it's a role or an IT system or RASI metrics. Whatever it is, it should be available to the end user.
So let's say if it is create order, where do I see the word create order?
Okay, so once this process will get saved, you will be able to see that information in your collaboration hub. In your collaboration hub, you will be having an option to see the activity information in the right side of the pane. As of now, only create an order information is created in the description, but there might be more than 100 attributes can be added for this particular activity so that end user can easily comprehend what he has to perform when he is going to perform this particular activity. Also, like the other person had said, there is a way of defining the activities like verb plus noun for the activities. For the process roles, always should be a type of role. For the event and result, noun plus adjective. This kind of nomenclature we should use to define your processes.
If possible, instead of creating new, can you open the existing diagram and walk through? Then I think we can easily.
Okay.
I think the one way is I'm able to visualize. Let's say Ernst Young gave an accelerator. In that accelerator, there is a diagram. In that accelerator, it says create edit order, right? And how will that understand that this is the same? You're comparing it with that.
So for that, there is a different way of doing the comparison. That part comes under the Signavio process manager. And that process comparison will gonna compare against even the best practices or the different revision of the processes. If you have any best practice or a reference model available for the similar kind of diagram, like processing the order or picking the order, if you have a reference model available for the similar kind of diagram, you can compare apple to apple. And that function is available within Signavio under process comparison. Here, compare revisions and diagrams.
So because Signavio doesn't stop me from giving whatever English language I want to give, but underneath that there are standard attributes which comply with the BPMN 2 libraries, right?
Correct.
And then with using that language, I should be able to understand what that process means. Even though other person wrote something, some random thing, I should be able to understand by browsing.
Yeah, you should be able to understand just by browsing at the process and activity level.
Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S/4HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S/4HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Already seeding so many processes.
Yeah.
And then you are using that to refine the processes further. Then I was assuming that the language should be the same, the lingua franca of BPMN, right? Because SAP is also probably following a standard description, right?
Yeah, they are using the standard description, and you can access the standard process just by installing the value accelerator within your workspace based upon the type of the need, whether you need it for the private cloud, public cloud, success factors, or on-prem process. You can do that by yourself just by installing the value accelerators directly from here. In this section.
Can I add a bit to this? So whenever you're actually creating processes within Signavio, you can start creating these boxes and decision boxes, etc., in whichever form, manner that you want to. But when it comes to actually publishing it, and as we were discussing the concept of publishing earlier, publishing in the Collab Hub is basically revealing the single source of truth of that process. So that has been approved by the relevant managers or relevant authorities. So the collaboration hub essentially is the single source of truth. What Signavio does is it will not allow you to publish anything which does not follow its rules, right? Of either naming conventions or diagrammatic presentations.
Sorry for the correction, but it will allow you to publish, but because Signavio is not only limited with the business process modeling and notation 2.0, but it also has an option to create enterprise architecture diagrams by using the argument 3.0, DMN diagrams, value chain diagrams. But it will not allow you to save, because before saving it, it will show you the validation against the defined model, whether it's a BPMN 2.0 or the customized BPMN 2.0 for your specific organization, because BPMN 2.0 is not fixed. You can customize BPMN 2.0 rules depending upon your organizational needs. And then Signavio will help you to validate the diagram before saving it, whether it's compliant to BPMN 2.0 or not. And then you can resolve all the errors before saving the diagram.
Correct.
But it will not restrict you to publish the diagram, because in some of the cases, because in some of the cases, we may not comply with the BPMN 2.0, especially when we are going to create the SAPOC model diagrams. Generally, when we create the SAPOC, supplier input, process output, customer diagrams, they will not gonna comply the BPMN 2.0. Either we will gonna create them into the value chain if we have to comply the rules, else if we will gonna use the BPMN 2.0, we will not be able to fulfill the requirement. Okay.
Correct.
And as shown on the screen, these are the accelerators available for the different kinds of needs, whether the private cloud, public cloud, success factors, supply chain network, or the other process landscape suggested by the partners like Deloitte, Share, Accenture, etc.
So only one question here. I mean, again, I'm like reaction that, see, activity, let's say there is a dispute in order to cache. The start event is, I'm just using the order received. Let's say event. Number two, the activity is process the order, check inventory, generate invoice, ship the order, handle customer dispute if any. And number three is the gateway. Is the inventory available? If yes, proceed to generate invoice. If not, you can notify customer of delay. Number four, dispute handling. If has a payment been received? If yes, go to handle customer dispute. If no, proceed to end. Now, this is that diagram, right? In that diagram, these labels that I'm talking about, process order, check inventory, are these also the words from BPMN or what?
These are the activity names, process order. This is complying verb plus noun, but there might be a different name for a similar kind of activity, or maybe a chances you will be getting a similar kind of name. Because there is no standard name for any activity within the process models or of the SAP word. If you're gonna see the best practices for the public cloud or private cloud or from the Share or from the Deloitte, they will be using the different name for the similar kind of activity. Okay.
Yes.
There might be a high chances. Okay.
Yes.
So name cannot be standardized, because you may be using process order hyphen, you will gonna add a variant for my XYZ company, and for the similar kind of process model you will be creating for your ABC company. Again, you will gonna create the end up creating the variant for the similar kind of process just by adding the abbreviation in the end. So you'll be having a similar kind of process, but your process name would be different, or activity names would be different.
Okay. Next related question. How will a third person, a first timer, understand an accelerator? Let's say an accelerator is published by Ernst & Young, something to do with some invoicing process. How will a first time reader, like a consultant or a user, by looking at the diagram, how will you know what it means?
Generally, we publish the value accelerator for the standard processes defined by the SAP. This is the primary requirement to get this value accelerator available for the common users. Suppose as a customer of SAP, I also have the leverage to create my own accelerator, but that accelerator will go through a validation procedure by the SAP. If there would be any deviation from their defined terminology or the end-to-end processes, they will gonna ask me to make the change, so that they will gonna my accelerator will gonna comply with the SAP requirements. Once that will gonna comply, then only that accelerator will be released in this value accelerator library for the common use. It is not like I can right away create my value accelerator and it is not complying the SAP nomenclature and it will be available for every user. No, there is a validation procedure, a 2 or 3 level validation procedure already in place by the SAP.
Okay.
Okay. And from here, you will only gonna see the process accelerators for the standard end-to-end process like acquire to decommission, finance, governance, idea to market, record to report, etc., etc. Okay.
Can you open any one of it? I think that will be very helpful.
It will gonna ask me to install. Okay. Let me open second one. This was a 2022 release of the SAP S/4HANA. Here we have 881 process diagrams, 94 value chains, dictionary entries, etc., etc.
When you say dictionary, what does it mean? What dictionary it is?
Dictionary entries are definition of every object. Object can be a task, can be an event, can be a process role or a process name.
Okay. Dictionary of Signavio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of these workflows and the value chains.
Okay, got it.
Okay. If you will gonna push this accelerator to your workspace, you will be having these process models available and linked dictionaries for the respective processes and their objects or elements. Okay. Also, they will be having a live link to the test scripts on the enabled material from the SAP Process Navigator, SAP Signavio Process Navigator, which can be available for most of the users by me.sap.com. Okay.
Now, can you scroll down the process? Let's see one of that. What does the first box say?
This is just
a yellow box.
First box is an activity. This is just a preview. We cannot explore it further.
Oh, okay.
This is just a preview mode. But I can show this to you from...
You can open the Explorer, right? Which you have opened previously. So I think...
Yes. I'm just trying to open that only.
I think just next to it, the Explorer, I think you can open it.
No, not from here. This is the
next
production workspace. This is the production...
No, I'm saying the next step in the window. Yeah, this
Explorer. This is not the process explorer, but this is the explorer. That means the Signavio process manager, where we can explore the further processes. So there's a different terminology used. Okay.
That means there is no way where an independent end user with his ignorance or half-baked knowledge can write anything and it will not be accepted. That's my purpose. Because otherwise, what is the fun in doing a process manager, process definition, when it is not even understood by the subsequent process insights and intelligence? That's my purpose of asking that. Because I can define any process, right or wrong, right?
Yeah, you can, but there's a mechanism of process governance by which you can apply the approval mechanism or the other ways of process governance.
But that's also done by people, right?
Yeah, people can design. Here you can see we have clicked on the object and we are able to see the complete information of our documentation and the relative objects. This is called as dictionary. And when we are going to click on this, we'll gonna go to a dictionary entry page. It's gonna show me the description, definition, as well as a linked information to that particular object. And this process is applicable for these geographies as well.
Okay.
It has the complete information, as well as if I wanted to, the same process is applicable for these. As for public cloud, Germany, and project control. Also, I can dig down into the process. When I will gonna open the process for any object, I'll be having the dictionary available.
Okay, so now let's see. Create collaboration project. It is a text written by somebody, right?
It is text written by the SAP itself, because this is the process explorer defined by the SAP only.
if I create it on my own by changing it and I want to call it create project, then what will change?
You can do that. That will not gonna change anything. You can modify your process as per your requirement.
So let me jump into it because I have worked on this. What he's saying is absolutely right. But again, it is up to you how want you want to make the process, because now when we talk about the collaborative project management, it is a certain type of projects, right? Now the project could be something like a CapEx project, could be the customer project, maybe the production project, shutdown projects. So in that scenarios, the steps will be the same. Either you could call it is a create collaboration project or customer project. But again, the transaction will remain the same. Only the naming will be changed, and eventually the second or subsequent step should be the project plan, forecasting. And if you go drill down and below, you will have the similar set of activities or tasks.
Yeah,
so that has to be linked to some action item in SAP, like a transaction code or a program.
Yes, you will be having the configuration guide for the same process in the SAP. When you will gonna go to the S4 implementation, you can download the similar kind of XXJN process from their implementation guide, and you will be having the configuration available for this particular activity along with the transaction code.
So Rohit, also in attribute, you can mention the T codes as well, SAP.
Yeah, you can. You can define your attribute by yourself in the custom attribute, where you can add the specific transaction code. Even if you have multiple transaction codes, you can add all of them.
So that is the only way. Attributes is the only way through which users have a common understanding, not the description, right?
Yes.
Description is also a kind of attribute. Description is also a kind of attribute. Okay.
Guys, one question. It's not only this is a documentation. We're not replacing the workshops. We're not replacing the organization level standard nomenclatures. So for every organization, we have every company has got its own nomenclatures. Yes. They're going to use it, and also the workshops. We're not going to replace those workshops, right? So when you create a workflow, and you are going to share that with all the stakeholders and discuss about that one, there you are going to bring the common understanding about that. It's not just the documentation created and everybody has to understand, or the AI has to work on it. Okay. Suppose if in future, if you are using AI, probably at the time we need to have that standard naming conventions, and also we need to have a library of the words we have to use for every activity, and also the actions underneath it.
I used ARIS, okay, ARIS, and I created these kind of diagrams on Microsoft Visio and some other tool. And at that time, it was the same question arised. What does it mean? You wrote your own English, which is you wrote Farsi, you wrote Telugu. So how will the user understand what it means? I mean, there were no attributes also back then. If I correctly remember, it was just a full diagram.
Yeah. So Loknath, so that's the only reason we have the process management or AML layer within Signavio, by which you can compare your processes, or you can use the available process to define your existing processes.
Exactly. Okay. Is that available process, available activity, right? This is an activity. This box is an activity, right?
Yeah.
Are there activities also available, right? Like standard activities?
Yes. All these are the activities available as a dictionary within the Signavio. If I'm gonna go to this particular dictionary entry page, you will gonna find a dictionary entry for the similar kind of activity.
So we should ideally drag it from there, right?
Activity, yeah, this activity is a standard activity having this URL code.
Okay, so that means if I give an activity with some English name which doesn't have an URL, then it's not accepted, right?
It will be accepted based upon your defined rules, but it is not like that. Whatever you can define can be accepted, but everything which you can define, there are chances those can be accepted if they are fulfilling the requirements, verb plus noun, or the requirements of the process. If it is fulfilling the description and the information which was supposed to be done by the particular activity, then the certain activity is applicable to fulfill the requirement, and that can be approved and released within that process. Okay, I hope you understand. Standard for the to standardize your process, we have a set of process library which you can use to define your to-be process. There might be a chances you may have to tweak the nomenclature of the activities, or not nomenclature, but the name of the activities. There might be very high chances, because standard process is not 100% applicable for 99% of the organizations. They have to tweak the processes, as well as they have to add their activities. Sometimes from the 2-level approval, they have to go to the 3, 4, or 5-level approvals, even within their purchase orders approval mechanism. Okay, so you can add the activities as per your convenience, but make sure they will not be diverting from the nomenclature as well as a defined standard mechanism.
When you're entering data into a task box, does Signavio suggest the names based on what has been previously entered by or in the system?
It will suggest based upon the available dictionaries within the system, but it will never correct you. Even if you have wrote a wrong name, it will never correct you. Okay.
Correct. So, assuming that the dictionary is kept intact, the dictionary is kept up to date with the right kind of items in it, then look, when you're actually typing something into a task box, then you should be able to see what is available.
Yeah, correct. You would be able to see.
So the whole point is, I rather use the enforced BPMN notations, which are widely accepted, right? And use that and that activity box for text also, for the description, whatever, right? Attributes and text.
Correct.
I should deviate from that. Otherwise, what is the fun in creating just for the sake of it, right? Because this process has to be eventually compared against something, right?
Correct. They can be compared against the best practices or any other kind of model available for the similar kind of processes.
That time Signavio should understand that the process that I created, the labels mean the same thing, right? Change order and edit order. That's the name of the label.
No, Signavio will not understand this thing until unless you will not gonna define it. That's why they have added a process AI, which is based upon the generative AI concept, will help you to figure out the similar kind of processes, whether the nomenclature is different within the system. Okay, suppose I have 10 different processes. I'm working, let's say an example, I'm working in a conglomerate. I have a 10 different process for lead to cash for my 20 different organizations. Okay. And I'm asking from the generative AI just to showcase the performance of my lead to cash process. Okay. For my set of companies like retail or a wholesale. Okay. Or as an example, telecom. So it will not gonna show me the one process, but it will gonna show me the set of processes with a different nomenclature. Lead to cash, in one of my lead to cash, I may be having 10 activities, but in my other lead to cash, I may be having only 5 different activities or 7 different activities. But it will gonna showcase the performance of all the process in the particular sector, because that will gonna capture the name of the process, not the activity information. There might be high chances my activities name sentiment would be same, but the name would be different.
Yeah, it's like create order is one activity label. Another label is create standard order, right? They may be existing in 10 different processes across multiple companies or publishers or accelerators.
Let me give an example. In one of my process, which was defined by one of my subordinate, he have used create PO instead of create purchase order. Okay.
Right. Okay.
In one of my subordinate used create purchase order. Okay. And another person have used create purchase order for manufacturing, you know, but the process was same. The process was order management. Okay. When I used process AI, what is the performance of my order management process and what are my major pain points? It has not analyzed create PR, create PO, because that is already defined within their database or in their LLM. That create PR, create PO, create purchase order for manufacturing. Both stands for the same thing.
So AI made it possible for you to compare that they mean the same thing, right?
Yeah.
That is what I wanted to know. It's the AI that made it happen.
Yes, AI can make it happen.
Okay. But what if I type some junk, then AI will not understand it, right?
Yeah, that's why AI is available within SAP Signavio to do these kind of sentimental analysis when your name is different, but your meaning is same. So this is one of the most important image, which is widely used whether you are going to the greenfield or the brownfield implementation of S4. So let me just explore it further. This stands for plug and gain approach, the ready to available connector or the accelerator from the SAP Signavio. PI will gonna stand for the process intelligence. PINS will gonna stand for the process insights. CH for collaboration hub. PM for process manager. JM for journey modeler. PG for process governance, and PX for the Signavio process explorer. Remember, I shared one slide in front of all of you where I have wrote down the questions. What should be the thought of stakeholders or the business owners or the process owners during the every phase? And how we will gonna address those. So under these, discover, to prepare, to explore, to realize, deploy, and run, we have the activities mapped under these subphases. And to address those, what are the different modules we would be using in these phases as well as the subphases under these underlying activities. And from here, you can see the complete potential of the SAP Signavio in our S4 transformation project, and how we are going to extensively use the different modules of SAP Signavio under the various phases. Okay, so let me drill down this into a bit further. In our discover phase, generally nothing but a planning phase. At this place, we generally identify process and customer journeys in our strategic planning. This is the place where we generally identify process and customer journey. We define the company's corporate taxonomy. As of now, SCP proposes the taxonomy based upon the APQC process classification framework. APQC process classification framework is they have used as a reference model to define the S4 structure or the processes. So in our strategic planning phase, we generally define the corporate taxonomy for the organization. We define the business process modeling guideline, how we will gonna manage the process structure, how we're gonna distinguish between the functional view, end-to-end view, and the customer journey view of the processes. When it comes to a value identification in the discovery, after doing the strategic planning, where we are going to define the taxonomy or defining the business process modeling guideline to manage the process structure for the organization phase. Also, if you will be using any enterprise architecture tool in the organization, then you may will gonna do the business capability mapping and then align the process with the Signavio within this phase. Also, in the value identification phase, here our Signavio will gonna play a very good role because you will be using the plug and gain, process insights, intelligence, and the process manager. And by doing this, you will be doing the automated process discovery with the help of the process insights, as well as the process benchmarking for the specific kind of industry. If you are having a retail or a wholesale or a healthcare or any other kind of industry, there's a very big list of the industry type in the process intelligence. You can choose your industry and then you will be able to do the process benchmarking. Also, in the similar phase, you will gonna do the custom code analysis and identify the data optimization potential. These would be the major activities you will gonna do in this value identification phase. But apart from this, you will gonna analyze the value potential for optimization just by interviewing the stakeholders, or you may be gathering the baseline data in some of the cases where you don't have that process implemented in your existing system, maybe ECC or the older version. Because you may be doing this kind of exercise for your manual activities to define your business process, BPML, business process master list. So after this, you will gonna define the target architecture. If you will be doing that, you may not be responsible, but you may be involved in defining the target architecture and the transformation strategy for your existing and the to-be processes, which is currently out of the SAP. That means the non-SAP processes. This is very important because when we gonna define the scope in the discover phase, most of the companies who do the greenfield implementation, they count the complete ECC process as a scope along with the non-SCP processes. There might be a chances they are doing project management or the GRC governance, risk and compliance process out of the SCP system, and they are highly manual. So in this case, you may have to do the mapping exercise of BPML and assess the optimization potential for these kind of processes as well. Because whatever available in the ECC, it is very easy to identify. But what is available outside the SAP, it is very difficult to identify, where you may have to connect your process owner or business owners, and you may have to do multiple workshops. It may goes up to weeks to months. After this, you will gonna define the target architecture and the roadmap for the S4 implementation. You will gonna identify and qualify as well as quantify your improvement initiatives. Once you will gonna define, you may got the buy-in during this phase for your improvement initiatives, because generally discover phase is all about getting the buy-in from the management or your if you have this S4 committee or steering committee, you have to get the buy-in just by putting all the numbers on paper. Okay, but when it comes to the process, the next process step or a prepare phase, where you will be doing the as-is analysis just by defining process governance and organizational setup of transformation project, and you will be defining the complete tool chain for the BPM as well as the cloud ALM, because you may not be using the solution manager this time. But as this process analysis, you will be doing with the help of solution manager, where you are moving from all of your process from solution manager to the Signavio just by integrating solution manager with the business process modeling connector. There's a one BPMC connector we have, which can help you to move all of your process models or the transition information from solution manager to SAP Signavio. This BPMC connector is governed by the SAP BTP, where you have to use sometimes CPIs. If your system is not available online and you have on-prem system, you may have to enable CPIs to get this information with the help of the BPMC. Okay. During this prepare phase, you also gonna do the realization workshops. In the realization workshop, you will gonna do the fit to standard workshops for new solution possibilities on large, if there are any large changes. If you need the refinement of the process architecture, you will also be doing under this phase, prepare phase. And you will gonna collaborate during the conception creation and the workshop preparation with the different stakeholders. you will gonna define the standards for the process approvals or the process governance in the same phase, prepare. And after the prepare phase, when it comes to the exploration phase, you will be discussing the impact on the process, and you will gonna execute fit to standard workshop for your new processes. Based upon new solution, you will gonna share process which has to be adjusted with the IT as well as the business team, so that you will get a good feedback from them. Because if you're not gonna get the feedback on your defined process, you won't be the one who will gonna take the decision. You need the engagement of the business as well as the IT team to get their feedback or comments on your defined to-be processes. Once your to-be processes are agreed with them, then only you can move ahead with the approval procedure. Okay, once your processes are approved with the steering committee or the S4 committee, you can go for the process approval and hand over the designing to the designing team or the configuration team. In some of the cases, you might be using the SIO system integrator, maybe, and that system integrator can be a third party, or it may be your internal team sometimes.
See
yes.
that you mentioned and the explore phase during the process workshop preparation. Also, you mentioned PI. So, sorry,
PI?
not PI, process insight as well.
Yeah, process insights. Yes.
I need to understand is in explore phase. What all activities will be doing for this insight thing? Because we are done with preparation, we have complete our analysis, everything. So now in workshop preparation. So what all I need to understand what we are doing.
Okay, whenever you are going to do the fit to standard workshops, you may be using process insights outcomes, because process insights give you the visibility, what other transactions are used and what other different transactions are used to do similar kind of operation. Okay, and if there are any Z transaction, how you can optimize those Z transaction in the preparation phase.
So explore means it's configuring and everything. So at
no,
that time,
not configuring everything. Exploration phase, where we are doing the fit to standard workshops, where we are going to define the to-be process model.
Okay.
Okay. We'll in the preparation phase, we are going to do the as-is process analysis to define the complete scope, solution architecture, different methodologies, way of standardization and all. We'll be setting up the complete toolchain in our preparation phase, but in our exploration phase, we'll be running the fit to standard workshop to define our target process or to-be process. In that to-be process, we may have to assess our previous findings from the preparation phase, as well as we may have to get that information from the process intelligence and the process insights, because these are the two places. PI is a process intelligence, from where you will be getting this with the help of the plug and gain value accelerator. And the plug and gain value accelerator works in the collaboration with the process insights and the process intelligence.
Got it now.
Yeah, you may be choosing the quantitative analysis of the plug and gain accelerator to improve the performance of your process. Suppose your process was underperforming in the older system, but you wanted to overcome those problems in your target process. Then you will be utilizing the PI as well as PINS. That means process insights and process intelligence. After exploration, we have a realize phase. In the realize phase, as name stands, we'll gonna synchronize the processes from the Signavio to Cloud ALM. Once they are approved, Also, make sure whenever you are going to synchronize the process from the BPM solution manager, process manager to the cloud ALM, please use the preview mode, not the published mode. Because in the preview mode, if there are any changes the end user has done or the solution process consultant has done and not published, you won't be able to update the latest version of the process. So it would be better if you can use the preview mode to see the latest version of the process to make sure your latest version will get pushed to the cloud ALM. Published version cannot always be the latest version of the process. That's why we are going to use the preview mode. Okay, so all the solution designing, realization, and testing should be done under this phase, realize and deploy. And we're gonna execute requirement to deploy workshops in the similar phase. We're gonna define and execute test cases under the realize phase, as well as after analyzing process execution models, we're gonna define end-to-end test cases as well in some of the cases. Also, it will gonna help you to improve your process architecture in Signavio. Once you will gonna get the result of your test cases, you will gonna see how your test cases are performing. If there's any changes required in the process architecture within Signavio, then you can also do that in this phase, so that before pushing in the deploy phase, you will be having the complete process architecture properly defined in Signavio, as well as tested using your test cases. In the similar phase, you may have to enable the key user training. You're gonna identify the key user you will gonna provide key user access to process documentation as well as the results of the test cases. Okay, so when it comes to deploy, you will gonna start publishing to the process, to the common users or to the end user, and then you will gonna start to go live. So you're gonna release new process to end user, you're gonna publish and roll out process documentation, as well as you're gonna leverage workflow execution management system of Signavio, which is called as process governance, to realize approval workflows. After that, you will gonna capture the process feedbacks in the same phase. And then if there is any change required, you will be doing under this in pre-go live phase. After pre-go live phase, everything is done. You receive the feedback. You will start preparing for the post-go live, where you will gonna measure the expectation. You're gonna see the backlogs, any throughput which is underperforming. You will gonna fix identified issues based upon the need under this post go live stabilization phase. Once your post go live stabilization is done, it comes to a last phase of S4 activate run, where you will gonna review the value, review process performance and template conformance. In the green field, you will be using the template model, but in case of brown field, you will be just doing a system conversion. So you're gonna realize the value in this phase by reviewing the process performance and the template conformance. After measuring the value, you will gonna start rolling out the processes. You will gonna see if there is any additional improvements you may need. In this case, you will be highly using process intelligence and the process insights for your implemented processes. In this case, you may have to create the other sub account for the process insights, where you can connect with your target system or the implemented system, which may be S4. And in that system of or new sub account of the process insights, you will be able to see the performance of your implemented processes. And once your processes are implemented and you're gonna see the result in the process insights, you can also utilize process intelligence with the help of the plug and gain accelerator to see the actual performance of the process as well as the execution process conformance. And if there are any unnecessary variants or non-required variants are getting created, you can restrict them right away during this phase. So this phase will gonna help you to assess the performance of your implemented processes, as well as to reduce the gaps as well as the non-conformances of your implemented processes. After this, you will gonna start the handover, which at this moment in time, you may have to provide the workshop to the end user to continuously use the SAP Signavio to manage their process performances. Here, your overall S4 project will gonna finish. This may gonna take couple of months to an year of time based upon the scale of the project. You can continue with an align and integrate approach across BPM and SAP Signavio along with the Cloud ALM or a solution manager.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What capability does Signavio provide for simulation during the S4 HANA transformation? Option A, only hardware testing. Option B, network simulation. Option C, process impact analysis and scenario planning. Option D, database backup simulation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to speed up your SAP S4 HANA transformation? Our course with Signavio is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll discover how to use SAP S4 HANA with Signavio. It's like a guide to transforming your business, from process design to improving operations. We cover everything, from the basics to more advanced techniques. It's created by experts who know SAP inside and out. Your instructors are pros with lots of experience. They're ready to support you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found it really helpful and practical. Best part? It's affordable and won't break your budget. This chance to learn is a great deal. Ready to transform your SAP skills? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.